This tutorial is for beginners and this will be best tutorial for you in YouTube. In this tutorial, you will learn how to make a game in Unity game engine. If you never touched Unity before, then watch this tutorial and you will get everything in Unity and C#. In Unity, you will learn what is a game object, components, how to make animation in Unity, how to make transition between animation clips, UI, how camera works, and lots of other things in Unity game engine. Also, you will learn C# programming from scratch, such as classes, functions, or methods, if condition, variables, and much more in C# language. And I want to thank awesome Patreon and YouTube members for donating me on Patreon and YouTube. Thanks to Siori Place and Rajat Sharma aka Game of Life. And from Patreon, I want to thanks Poch Tovik and Dan Log. If you guys want to support me, then you can do so on Patreon by taking membership or through YouTube, and you will unlock many benefits you will see on the membership page. Before I jump into this tutorial, I want to announce that I have complete an awesome courses on Udemy. Be sure to check out because there are no ads interruption, divided into multiple chapters and section, so you can gradually learn Unity and C#, which is way much better to complete any course without any distraction. All links in the description. Now let's dive into this tutorial without wasting any more time. Open up Unity Hub quickly. As you can see, I have opened it up Unity Hub. So let's click on this new project in the top right. You can see, so just click there and you can choose the version in the top bar. It says editor version, so I'm gonna choose my Unity 6. So over here I'm gonna choose this version, which is 6000.0.40f1. You can choose any version that you like, and I'm gonna choose this 2D built-in renderer pipeline. You can go with this universal 2D as well. If you can find this, then scroll down to the bottom and in the right section you will see a download button, so just click there in order to download. And I already have done it, so I'm gonna choose this template. So I'm gonna choose this 2D built-in renderer pipeline, and after choosing that, move over to right section and scroll down a bit, and you have to name the project what you like to name it. So I'm gonna name it something like jump with jump game Unity 6, jump game Unity 6, something like that. And if you scroll down a bit, you can just choose a location. So I'm gonna click over here and I'm gonna choose a different location. So I'm gonna move over to my local disk E, and over here I'm gonna choose a something like this one, and let's click on select folder. So I have chosen my local disk E slash for backward slash Unity. You can choose the version that you can choose the location where you want to place your project. And after doing all of these things, then click on this create project, and Unity just gonna take few moment in order to load up all of the necessary things that we need in order to make our 2D game. So Unity just gonna take around something like 4 to 5 minutes, something like that amount of time. And after that amount of time, we can just we will move over to our Unity editor tab. So I'm gonna show you right there. So let's give it a moment to Unity in order to load up all of the things that we need in order to make our 2D game. you can see Unity editor just loaded up. We have our scene view. You can say this is our stage where we need to perform, or we need to drag the game object, basically means the characters, and then we can just play, and the game will be broadcast in our game view. Over here you can see, if your layout seem a little bit different, then what you can do, you can just go to top right layout, and then click on this default. So it's gonna default, set it to default, but I like this way, so that's why. And let's suppose you just lost any tabs, let's suppose this console. If I just right click on it and then click on this close tab, as you can see it's gone. So don't panic. What basically you have to do, you need to move over to window in the top, then scroll down to says general, and you can find the tab which you recently lost, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section. So in my case I lost console tab, so I'm going to click there, or I can simply press down the shortcuts key in order to bring up the console tab right away. As you can see, as soon as we clicked on it, we get our console tab, and we can move this anywhere we want. And make sure you select over here, not here, and you can just toggle it this tab anywhere you like. So I'm going to toggle it in the bottom where it was before, so I'm going to drag it there. And we have project tab, and in this project tab it's going to contain all of the assets that we need. Assets are basically those things which we use to make our game, such as audio, character, images, icons, buttons, character sprites. Those are called assets, because we're gonna use them in order to make our game. And we have hierarchy where we can select our game object. Game object basically means, you can simply say actors or characters. And as soon as not characters, basically actors or the main thing. And if we select our main camera, as soon as we select, we get a inspector tab in the right section, which has transform component and this camera. And basically this main camera right over here in the scene view, it's gonna shoot our game, and the game will be broadcast in our game view. So basically that is the thing. And this main camera is also a game object. Basically game object is a object that we can attach component to do some specific things. So let's suppose we're gonna create a separate game object. So how you can create a separate game object? In order to create that, move over to your hierarchy tab, right click or hit this plus icon, and then click on this create empty game object. Or you can see the shortcut key in the right section, which is Control Shift plus N. So we can simply press down shortcut key, or we can just click there in order to create our game object. And as soon as we clicked on there, we can see our game object by now. And we can scroll our mouse to zoom in and out in this in view, and we can just hold down the scroll the wheel in our mouse to see, to have a look around this scene view. And in this scene view we can see many tools. We have hand tool, move tool, this is rotation tool, scale tool, and rec tool. And let's suppose you just want to move this game object somewhere in the scene view, then you can choose this move tool. But make sure you go to hierarchy and select the game object first, and then select this move tool in the scene view. You can find this tool anywhere in the scene view. You gonna have it something like in the left side, so you need to find that, but I'm gonna move it over to my right side. And we can move this game object anywhere in the scene view, as you can see by selecting this move tool and the game object in the hierarchy. And but the problem is that we're not able to see our game object. So in order to see our game object, we need to attach a component called sprite renderer. And if we select this game object, then move over to inspector, we can see by default a transform component added. Basically this transform component has position, rotation, and scale. Means this game object only exists in this place, but however we're not able to see our game object. In order to make it visible, we need to attach component. So firstly you need to select the game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, then click on this add component. And I'm gonna click on this cut in the right side, and we need to attach a sprite renderer component in order to make this game object visible. So we're gonna scroll down and we will move over to this rendering, and then over here we need to find our sprite renderer component. So we're gonna scroll down to the bottom, and in the bottom we can see sprite renderer component. So let's click there in order to attach, or what you can simply do, you can just click on this add component and you can find the component by typing name of the component. So in our case, sprite renderer. As you can see, as soon as we type, the component just gets pop up and we can simply click there in order to attach that. I already attached, so I'm not gonna do it again. But still we're not able to see our game object. Why? Because in this sprite slot in the inspector, we need to drag the sprite that we want to see, or the game object that we want to basically want to see or want to make it visible. So you can simply click right over here and you can choose anything. So I'm gonna find a square, and then I'm gonna click on this eye icon in the right side. I can see, so I'm gonna click there in order to, sorry, now I get. So if I choose this square, as you can see, as soon as I have chosen that square sprite, now we are able to see our game object. This is our game object, or this square. And let's suppose you just want to reset the position. So what you have to do, basically you need to select the game object, then go over to inspector, transform, right click on transform, and then click on this reset. So it's gonna reset the position of that game object to in the x0, in the y0, in the z0, as well as rotation x, y, z0, and the scale it's gonna be 1 default, which is 1 1 1 in the x, y, z. So this is our game object, and let's suppose you just want to rename it to something like player. So how you can do, you can simply select the game object in the hierarchy, right click on it, and then click on this rename in the top, you can see. Or you can simply select the game object, move over to inspector tab, and you can name the game object here as well. So I'm going to name it to something like player. So let's call it player, and you want to play the game. So I hope you get the idea that this sprite renderer component basically make our game object visible. So we attach components to do some specific things to a game object. Let's suppose we want to attach gravity, but before we do, we want to play our game. So how you can play your game? In the top you can see 3 buttons. So the first button is to play our game, the second button is to pause our game, and the third button is to skip one frame. And you lost any let's suppose you lost your mouse and you were somewhere over here. So you can select the game object first in the hierarchy, and you can simply press down on your keyboard F in order to focus on that game object. I hope you get the idea. And now we just want to play our game. In order to play our game, we're gonna simply click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and the game just gonna broadcast in our game view. And if you're not able to find game view, then just move over to window in the top, then scroll down to general, and then you can find that game view. And as you can see, this is our game and it seems too much boring. So let's do something. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So you need to make sure you just get out of play mode. In order to get out of play mode, just simply click on that play button one more time, and you're gonna be out of play mode. And make sure you out of play mode, and if you do any changes while in play mode, it's not gonna be safe. So make sure you just out of play mode, and after it you can just do the thing that you really want to do. And I want to change the background color of this main camera. So how we can do that? We need to select our main camera first in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, camera component, and then background, and you can choose the color that you like. So I'm gonna choose dark gray, something like that, and this seems pretty much fine. And let's suppose we want to add gravity to this player game object. So how we can do? For that we need to attach another component, and it's called rigid body 2D. So we will simply select our player game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then click on this add component in the bottom, and over here you need to find by typing the name of the component, which is rigid body, or you can simply click on that card in the right side, and then scroll down to this physics 2D and click there, and over here you need to find the rigid body 2D. So I can see I have it over here, so I'm going to click there in order to attach that, and we can simply click on this component in order to collapse like this, and we can play around with the gravity scale. And collision detection, I'm going to choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And we have all of these things, so just play around and you're gonna get of it. So let's click on this play button now, and you will see as soon as the game just gonna start, this player game object will fall down. Why? It's gonna fall down due to gravity, and this rigid body 2D component is responsible for gravity. As you've seen, as soon as the game started, our player game object gets fall down. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and you can increase the intensity of that gravity as well by moving over to this gravity scale section, and you can just increase the gravity. And I want to create a ground something over here in the bottom side, so this player game object easily can land top of that, so it's not gonna passes through that ground, because we're gonna make our jump. So we need to make some ground in the bottom direction over here, something like that. So let's do that. So in order to do that, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, sprite, and you can choose any. So I'm gonna choose this square, and let's select the move tool from the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. And now we're gonna choose our rake tool over here in the scene view, and select this game object, and you can just resize and hold down alt on your keyboard, so it will resize from the center like this, as you can see. So I want this much, and now this is fine. And instead of saying square, I'm gonna say something like round, so let's call it round. And now if I click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object just gonna passes through that ground. Why? Because we need to attach collider to both of this game object as well, so it's gonna detect collision and it's gonna land top of that ground. As you can see, as soon as the game started, our player game object just passes through that ground. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To restrict that, or basically to land top of this ground, we need to attach box collider or any collider 2D to both of this game object, or else we're gonna able to passes through that, and we don't want to do that. So basically that is the thing. So firstly, I'm gonna select my player game object, so let's select that, go over to inspector, then click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D. So we will move over to this physics 2D, and we need to find over here the box collider 2D, and I can see in the top which is box collider 2D, so I can simply click on it in order to attach that. As soon as we click, we're gonna see a green outline. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on that. And if you take a closer look, you're gonna see a green outline. It basically means the box collider 2D. Now it's gonna detect collision. And we also need to do the same thing with this ground as well. We also need to attach box collider 2D to this ground as well, or else this player game object just gonna passes through that ground. So basically that is the thing. So we're gonna select our ground in the hierarchy as well. Let's go to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add box collider 2D. So I'm gonna simply type the component name, so it's gonna pop up, and then I'm gonna click on it in order to attach that. So I'm gonna type box collider 2D. As soon as I type, as you can see, the component just gets pop up, so I'm gonna click there in order to attach that. And if you can scroll your mouse to zoom in, and you can see the green outline, which basically means the collider. And now it's gonna detect the collision. And if we just click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as just our game just gonna start, you will see this player game object just gonna fall down due to our gravity, and it's gonna fall down top of this ground. Why? Because we attach collider to both of this game object, so that's why this both of this game object just detecting our collision. And once the collision happening, it's just restricting. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose you just want to change the color of this player or this ground. So how you can do it? You can simply select the game object first in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, sprite renderer component, and then color, and you can choose the color that you like. So I'm gonna choose something like red. And what I basically want to do, I just want to stretch in the y-axis. So I can simply select my game object in the hierarchy, then I can move over to inspector, transform, and scale in the y. I can simply put something around 3, or let's put 1. So I'm gonna put 2, something like that. Now this seems great, and you can just play around with those with this component. So I hope you get the idea that we attach components to a game object in order to do some specific things, like adding gravity, showing making our game object visible, and a lot of other things. And I can simply click on this play button one more time in order to play our game. And make sure while you are play mode and then change something, it's not gonna be safe. Make sure you just out of play mode, and after that you can just save your thing. Now as soon as our game started, our player game object just gets fall down due to our gravity, and it just land top of our ground. And now if, I am in play mode, as you can see. And if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector, transform, and play around with this scale in the y, something like 4. As you can see, we just made it a little bit taller. So we have done inside in play mode, as you can see. And if I just get out of play mode by clicking on that play button, as you can see, the changes we made in while we are in play mode, and it's not saved at all. So that's why you need to make sure you just out of play mode and then change the thing that you really want to change. So I hope you get the idea by now that how you can do it. And what we will do, we're gonna make this player game object a prefab. A prefab basically means copy of this game object. So how we can make that one prefab, we can select simply our game object in the hierarchy, and we can select that, and we can drag it over to this inside this assets folder in our project tab. Over here I have, you gonna have your project tab in the left part somewhere over here. So you can simply simply you gonna have project tab somewhere around here. So you can simply select the game object in the hierarchy, and then you can drag it over to that assets folder in order to make it prefab. And now if I select my player game object in the hierarchy and press down delete, as you can see it's gone. We don't have our player, but we do know that we just made it prefab, basically means copy of that game object. So what we can simply do, we can simply select our game object from that folder where we drag it. So in our case, inside my assets folder, as you can see, so I can simply select that game object and drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. Now we can see we have all of the shape or things like this sprite renderer component, rigid body 2D, and box collider 2D. So we don't need to work from scratch. Basically we don't need to attach this component one by one more time. So making prefab makes our work a lot more easy. So that is the thing. And to keep our project clean, we're gonna create folders. So how we can do that? Well, firstly we will move over to our project tab, then assets. Let's right click on assets, then create in the top, and then click on this folder. And you can call this folder whatever you like. I'm gonna call this folder to something like prefabs. So let's call it prefabs, and I'm gonna select my player prefab from that folder, and let's drag it inside the prefabs that I recently created inside this prefabs folder. So why we created this prefabs folder, or why we simply create our folder, basically to make our project clean. Now as you can see, our project is much clean. So that's why we create folder. You can create as many folder as you want. For script you can create a script folder. For animation you can create animation folder to keep your project clean. And let's suppose you just want to save whatever you have done so far in Unity editor. So what you can do, you can move over to top left file and then click on this save right over here, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is Ctrl plus S. So you can simply press down Ctrl plus S, Ctrl S on your keyboard in order to save your project. So whatever you have done so far, it's gonna be saved. And you can make this ground as well a prefab. And you can just scroll your mouse to zoom in and out, and you can just, let's suppose you are just miss you are somewhere in the scene view and you just want to focus on a game object. So firstly select the game object in the hierarchy, the game object that you really want to focus, and move your mouse in the scene view and then press down F on your keyboard in order to focus on that game object. So as soon as we press down F on our keyboard, it just focused on that game object. Let's import our assets. So I will move over to my file manager, and I already have downloaded, as you can see over here I have. So right click on it and then click on this extract all and choose where you want to extract. So I already extracted and I have it over here. So what I can simply do, I can select the folder and drag it over to this project tab and then inside this assets folder. So I can simply drag it, and Unity just gonna take a little moment in order to import all those assets. So now I import it, but I'm not gonna do it again because I already have one, as you can see. So I'm gonna select the second one which I imported. So I'm gonna select that one and let's press down delete, and I'm gonna click on this delete because I already have that. And now what I really want to do, I just want to change this player rate with my player sprite. To do so, let's head over to our project tab, then assets, and let's move over to this tiny platformer, and I will move over to sprites, then player folder, and I can see I have the player over here. We have player idle sprite, player work. So let's choose the ideal one. So let's choose that, go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor. So we can see we have more than one sprite. So that's why we need to choose a sprite mode to multiple in the inspector, and then we're going to choose this pixel per unit a less number. Less pixel size basically means this sprite just gonna be large in size. So we're gonna make it something around 16. And if you take a closer look by scrolling your mouse, you can see it seems a little bit blurry. So to get rid of that, we're going to choose point no filter in the bottom. So filter mode 2, we will choose point no filter, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom right, you can see. And now we need to slice individually. So let's go to sprite editor tab. In the top left we can see slice, so let's click there. We're going to select automatic to create by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we can see we have one row and 5 columns, so we will put 5 columns and 1 row. And after doing that, let's click on this slice and then click on this apply button. Now it's split it individually, and I will select my game view over here once again, and then move over to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow. Now we can see individual sprite. So what I will do, I will select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's go to sprite renderer component, and over there sprite, as you can see, it says square, and I want to replace that. So I will select my first sprite of that player and drag it over to that slot. As soon as we drag it, now we can see player, but it's kinda weird, seems it seems red. So what I will do, I will firstly move over to my sprite renderer. Let's right click on it, and I'm gonna click on this reset. Now it gets back to original color. And I also want to reset the in the Y, where basically I don't want this to be tall like this. So I will move over to my transform. Let's right click on it and then reset. So it's resets the position, but we also need to reset the position of this box collider 2D, so it's perfectly fits. So let's move over to this box collider 2D component. Let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our player sprite, something like this much. So just play around with that and you're gonna get off it. So now this seems perfect, and let's drag it a little bit down. Now this is fine. And if we click on this play button in the top, you will see as soon as our game will start, this player game object just gonna fall down due to gravity. And we also need to do those things with this work as well. So now we can see as soon as our game started, this player game object just gets fall down, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. I want to make my you can say this player a little bit up basically in the scale. I just want to be a taller, and in the thickness I just want to be a larger number. Basically I want to make this sprite a little bit big, so we're gonna select our sprite sheet one more time, then go over to inspector, and we do know if we make this pixel per unit a less number means our sprite just gonna be large, so we're gonna choose something around 12. And after doing that, let's scroll down and then apply, and let's select player game object one more time in the hierarchy, and let's adjust the collider. So let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our player game object. And now this seems pretty much fine, as you can see, and I guess this is fine. And let's do the same thing with this work as sprite sheet. So let's choose that, let's click on open sprite editor. We're going to choose pixel per unit to 12 as like we have done with this ideal, and we will leave it sprite mode to multiple because we can see we have more than one sprite. And then we will choose point no filter, filter mode to point no filter, and let's click on this apply. Let's go to sprite editor tab, and top left let's select automatic to grid by cell count, and we have 6 column and 1 row, so let's put 6 column and 1 row. Let's click on slice and then click on apply, and now I'm gonna select my game view, and we can just move over to that sprite sheet and then click on this arrow, and we can see individual sprites, and we will select our jump sprite. By now let's go to inspector, open sprite editor. So this is only one sprite, we not have multiple, so that's why sprite mode we're gonna choose single because we only have one sprite. And pixel per unit we're gonna choose 12, and filter mode to point of filter, let's click on this apply, and now it's done. And we don't need to slice it because this is only one sprite, so that is the thing, and that's fine. And we can do the same thing with this fall, so I'm gonna do the same thing, 12 as sprite mode to single, filter mode to point of filter, apply, and now that's fine. Let's select the game view once again, and now what we will do, we're going to create a script in order to control this player. Basically if we click on this play button in the top and try to move to the left or right direction, you will see this player game object will not move if we even press down A and D key. So if I press down A and D key, as you can see it's not moving at all. So what we basically have to do, we need to create a script or a class, something like player class, and in that class we can define what this player game object exactly need to do. Like it's need to jump, it's need to move around in the scene view, and all of those stuff. So let's get out of play mode and let's create a script. To create a script, you can simply select your player game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, click on add component, click on this add component. So just wait, and in the bottom you can see new script, so just click there and then name the script whatever you like. And in the bottom you can see create an add button, so just click there and it's gonna create your a script and it will attach. Or what else you can do, you can just move over to this project tab, then assets, and then you can just simply create a folder, something like a script folder. Inside that folder you can simply create the script, or you can just right click on this assets, then create in the top, and then click on this mono behavior script. Or you can move over to this scripting and make sure you choose this mono behavior script because this is Unity inbuilt script, and we're gonna attach this script to game object, so that's why we need to create a mono behavior script and name that script whatever you like. So I already created a player script, as you can need to notice over here. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this player script and drag it over to this add component section. Basically you need to attach the script, and that's fine. And now let's double click on this in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So this is our class player, or you can simply say this is our design, or a template that we can simply use, or we can just put some line of code in order to do something. Let's suppose we just want to move around, we just want to move this player game object left and right. So in this player script or in this player class player, we can just define that what that player game object really need to do, something like moving, doing anything like that. So this class is the template, and we can use this class, this player class, to implement in this player game object. So I hope you get the idea what basically is that. And this we have a start function, and this start function get called in the start of the game. So whenever you start your game, this start function will call, and this update function it's called over again and again. Let's suppose we just want to move this player game object to the left or right side, so we need to do inside this update function, because it's run every single frame, and we need to move every single frame this player left and right if we holding down A or D key, something like that, right or left arrow. So basically that is the thing. So we're gonna move over to this update function, and we will use this input. So we need to use this input dot dot get access. We need to use this get access function, and then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. Closing that of semicolon basically means this line of code just gets end over here. And this input dot get access function, it's gonna take it's gonna take in this bracket in quotation the axis name in which axis you just want to move around. So I want to move this player game object. So if I select my move tool in the scene view and then try to move left and right, so I want to move this player game object left and right like this. So that's why in quotation we firstly need to type this quotation, and we need to pass the axis in which axis we want to move around. So we're gonna move around horizontal, so that's why we're gonna pass horizontal. Sorry, we will pass horizontal. I'm really apologize. Horizontal, and then close that off with semicolon, and make sure you spelling it correct, because this is Unity inbuilt function, and this input dot get access horizontal function, it's gonna check on our keyboard what key we pressing. Let's suppose we play the game and we hold down A key, then this over here this input dot get access horizontal, it's gonna give -1, and if we hold down D key, then it's gonna give +1. And if we don't hold down or lift off our finger from both of those keys, then this function over here it will give us 0 value. So why you gonna use that function? Because if we select my player game object, go over to inspector and then transform and play around with X position, as you can see we moving left and right. So we're gonna use this X position, this X position. Basically we're gonna replace this X position with this input dot get access horizontal, so which can be -1 +1 or 0. So if I set back to 0, and if I put in the X of this player game object something like -1, as you can see this player game object, as soon as we put -1, it's going to the left direction, and if we put +1 or 1, we can see this player game object moving to the right direction. So basically we're gonna replace this X with our that movement, basically that input dot get access horizontal. So let's move over to our code. So this function, it's gonna give +1, -1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. So what we will do, we're going to store it into a container or a variable. So to create a variable, you need to go to top of your class, and you need to mark this as a public. So if you mark this this variable as public, you will see underneath your player escape right over here in the inspector. And if you instead put something like private, you're not gonna able to see underneath your clearscape right over here in the inspector, but we want to see it, so that's why we're gonna mark this variable as public, and that will be float type, which float basically are those numbers which comes with decimal places like 1.1.5.0, even 1.2 2.1, and whole numbers also a float numbers like 0 1 2 3 4. And we have to name the parameter or the variable, or you can simply say the container. So I'm gonna name it something like movement. So let's call it movement. I'm gonna call this movement movement and let's close that up with semicolon. And now what I'm gonna do, so this input dot get access function, it's gonna give -1 +1 or 0. So we're gonna put it into this movement variable. So whatever we get, let's put into this movement. So we will set movement equal to this. Let's suppose we hold down a key, so this input dot get access horizontal will be -1, and so this movement over here gonna be -1 because we directly setting, or whatever these functions giving us, we storing into this movement variable, as you can see over here. And let's suppose whatever you have done so far, you just want to save, simply you can press down Ctrl S in order to save your script, or you can just move over to top left file and then click on this save assets. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save my script. And now let's move over to Unity. You will see as soon as our player script compile, underneath our player script we will able to see that movement parameter. Why we gonna able to see that? Because we just marked that as public. So that's why we're gonna see underneath our player script. So just wait a little moment. As you can see, as soon as our script gets compiled, underneath our player script we can see movement, and by default that one is 0 because we didn't set any value equal to like that. And now if we click on this play button in the top and then try to press down A or D key, you will see this movement will change according to which key we holding down. So now if I try to hold down A key, as you can see, it's became -1, and if I try to hold down D key, it's became +1 or 1. And if I just lift off my both of those fingers from keyboard, from those keys, we can see as soon as we lift off our finger, this movement became 0. So what we will do, we're gonna use this movement and we will replace this X position of this player game object with this movement. So this player can move to the left or right direction depending upon which key we holding down. So let's get out of play mode. So in order to do that, what we basically need to do, we need to move over to this transform component of this player, and then we need to move over to this position. Basically we can access the position and we will replace this X with our movement. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and after movement, what we will do, we're gonna use this transform dot position. So, and top of that plus equal, we need to use this, basically we just adding top of that. So transform dot position basically over here means current position of that player game object. Basically we're just moving over to this transform and then accessing this position, and top of this position what we will do, we're gonna add a vector 3. So we need to use this new vector 3 and then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So why we use this vector 3? Because this transform dot position has 3 axes. As you can see, it has x, y and z, and we do know that this vector 3 also gonna have x axis. So we're gonna put x axis comma y axis and z axis. So we want to move our player character in the x axis, so that's why in the x we're gonna replace with our movement, so which can be -1 or +1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down, means we can go which direction we really want to go. And in the y axis I don't want to move at all, basically in the y something like this. So that's why in the y I'm gonna put 0f. So we putting 0f, f basically referencing right over here float numbers, or you can just remove this f as well, but more practicing like this way it's pretty much better. And we're gonna do the same thing with z axis, we don't want to move at all. So we only replace that x position, basically this x, with our movement. So this movement can be -1 or 0 +1. So this player can go left, right, or just stays one position. And now what we have to do, we have to press down Control S to save our script. But before we do, we're gonna multiply this whole thing, or we can simply multiply this movement with so for multiplying you need to use this asterisk key, and you can we need to multiply with this time dot delta time. So we're gonna multiply with this time dot delta time. Sorry, I forgot to, I really apologize for a little moment. Wait. time dot delta time. So why we multiply this time dot delta time? Basically this update function, it's not constant at all. So this basically so I have a little bit slow system. So in my case, this update function right over here, in 1 second it can run up to 60 frames. But if you have a little bit faster system, then your case this update function can run in 1 second 120 frames. So you can notice that there is a huge difference between our frame rates. So make it constant, we need to multiply this time dot delta time. Now whatever computer you're gonna use, this update function will run with same frame rate with each every second. So basically that is the thing, we multiply that. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your script. So just wait a little bit. And now it's done. So let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see as soon as we're gonna start pressing our A and D key, this player will try to move to the left or right direction. So let's have a look on it. So if I now press down A key, as you can see this player moving to the left direction. And if I press down D key instead of A key, we can see it's moving to the right direction. And if I lift up my finger from both of those keys, player just stays in one direction, at one position. And we can notice underneath our player skip as well. But the problem is that we're moving too much slowly. So what we will do, we're gonna multiply this movement with some number so we can just move a little bit faster. So let's get out of play mode and let's move over to script. And for that we're gonna create a script. We can simply multiply this whole thing with some number, but instead of hard coding that, we're gonna create a variable and we're gonna make it public so we can see underneath our player skip. So we can adjust it over here, and we don't need to move over to that skip over again and again and change that value. So basically that is the thing. So let's go to our skip. So let's go to top of our class, let's make a public, and that will be float parameter we're gonna make. And we can simply call this one something like move speed. So let's call it move speed, and by default you can set equal to the number that you like. So I'm gonna set equal to 5 and then close that up with semicolon. So move speed, and if you just don't assign and then remove this, so by default it's this move speed just gonna be 0. And underneath your player skip you can just adjust the value, but I'm gonna give a default value. So that's why I'm gonna set equal to 5f, something like that. And now I'm gonna multiply this movement and this time dot delta time with my move speed. And move speed by default I set 5, as you can see. So this one over here becomes 5. So 5 and this movement is 1 or minus 1 or 0. So 5 into minus move speed, which is 5. So 5 into minus 1 will be minus 5, means this player will move towards to the left direction with 5 unit of speed. And if we press down 1, then this movement will be 1. If we press down D key, then this movement will be 1. So 1 into move speed, which is 5. So 1 into 5 will be 5, means this player will move towards to the right direction with 5 unit of speed. And if the movement is something like 0, means we're not moving at all. So this one is 0. 0 into move speed, which is 5. So 0 into 5 will be 0, means we will stop moving to the left or right direction. And what we have to do now, we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. So this player will move towards to the left or right direction with that much of move speed. So just wait a little moment. And now it should be fine. So if we click on this play button in the top by now and try to press down A or D key, you will see that. So just wait a little moment. And if we try to move left and right, as you can see, we can see that we just moving a little bit faster to the left or right direction. And we can play around with the move speed, something like we can set it to 10. Now we can just moving basically too much fast. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I don't want to make this movement, basically we don't need this movement parameter to be public. Instead we can make this one private. So let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's mark this movement parameter private. So I'm gonna mark this as private, and now let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity now. And you will see as soon as our player script will compile, this movement parameter will be disappear from our player script underneath our player script. Why? Because with that we mark as private, and private as soon as we're gonna mark that private, we're not gonna able to see. And you can notice, as you can see, as soon as our player script gets compiled, we're not able to see our player movement parameter. And we can play around with this move speed. So I'm gonna set it to something like 7, and that's fine. But the problem is that if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, and open up the player game object by double clicking on it, we can see the changes we made into hierarchy of this player game object. It's not saved into this prefab of that game of that player game object, basically means copy of that game object. So what we basically need to do, we need to do something. So to go back in hierarchy, you can see back arrow, so just click there. So you will go back over to your scene view or wherever you were, so you can go there. And what we basically have to do, we need to select our player game object, and then we need to move over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all. So as soon as we clicked on apply all, the changes we made in hierarchy of this player game object, by now it will be saved into our player game object prefab as well. So if I just double click on that player prefab, now we can see we have all of the save option. We just change it the sprite, we have the player skip attach, and all of these things. So make sure you just move over to your overrides, basically the changes you made in the hierarchy of this player game object, it will be saved this player game object prefab as well. Basically that is the thing. And now I'm gonna press down Control S in order to save my project, or whatever I have done so far, it will be saved. Or you can simply move over to top left file, and then click on this save button in order to save your script. We know that once we start moving to the left direction, this player is not flipping or looking towards to that direction. So we need to flip this player game object. Once we start moving to the left direction, we need to flip this player to the left direction. So to do that, what we need to do, we need to open up our script. So let's select player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. And for that, we will move over to this update function, and let's do in the bottom, because this update function runs every single frame. So every single frame we need to keep track of which direction we're moving. And for that, we're gonna use this if condition. So you need to make this if, then first bracket, and some curly brackets. And what you have to do inside this first bracket, in this if condition, you need to put a condition which should be totally true. And then if you just write in between these curly brackets whatever you just want to do, it's gonna happen if the condition you put in these brackets is totally true. Something like, we know that 3 is greater than 1. Is this condition true? Yes, it's definitely true. So whatever we're gonna do now, inside this curly brackets, it will be execute. So let's suppose we just want to print out message in our console tab. So in order to print out a message, we need to use this debug.log function, and you need to pass in this quotation, in this brackets, a string message. Basically you need to type this quotation, and you can just say whatever you just want to say, or you just want to execute. Something like, as I'm gonna say 3 is greater than 1, and this condition is totally true, something like that, totally true. and make sure to close that off with semicolon. Now this message just gonna pop up every single frame because we're doing inside update function, and we know that this update function runs every single frame, and we're checking over here 3 is greater than 1. So, and we definitely know that condition over here we put it's totally true. So this message should be pop up in our console, says 3 is greater than 1, and this condition is totally true. And now let's press down Ctrl S and let's move over to Unity, and we need to select our console tab. And if you can find your console tab, don't panic, you just have to move over to window in the top, and then you need to scroll down a bit, says general, and there you can find your console tab. So just wait to give it a moment to compile our script, and now it's done. So to get the console tab, you need to move over to window in the top, then move over to general in the bottom, and you can see the console tab over here and the shortcut key. And I have the console tab over here, so I'm going to choose that tab, and now let's click on this play button, and we will see as soon as our game's just gonna start, this message will be start popping up in our console tab. Why? Because the condition we pass it's totally true, and we just printing out this message says 3 is greater than 1, and this condition is totally true. So instead of printing out message, we can take a look how we can flip this player game object. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on this message in order to move that line of code, and we will go to top of our class, and we will gonna make a public bool parameter, but it doesn't need to public, instead we can make it private. So we're gonna make a private. Why we making private? Because we just want this player skip to be a little bit clean in the inspector, so that's why we're just marking that parameter as private. So we're gonna mark this private, and that will be bool. So this bool can be true or false. This can have two values, it can be true or false, and we have to name the bool parameter. So I'm gonna call this one to something like facing right, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my start function. So we do know that this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set this facing right to true. So I'm gonna set facing right equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. Why I set this facing right to true? Because once we're gonna start our game, as you can see with this player just looking to the right direction or right direction, so that's why facing right in the start of the game I just set it to true, as you can see. And now what we're gonna do, instead of printing out message, we're gonna remove that, and also instead of checking 3 is greater than 1, we're gonna check something else. Basically we're gonna use this movement parameter in order to check which direction we're going, and we do know that this movement is responsible for moving to the left or right direction, depending upon if this movement becomes -1. If this -1 means this player just moving to the left direction, and if this player movement is +1 means this player just moving to the right direction. So we're gonna use this parameter to check. So we will check if this movement is lesser than 0f. What basically this basically means, so we do know that once we start moving to the left direction, so this movement will be basically once we start moving to the left direction, so this movement over here gonna be -1. So the movement here -1, and we're checking if movement is lesser than 0f. So once we start moving to the left direction, so this will be -1, and we do know that -1 is lesser than 0f. Basically means we just moving to the left direction, and we checking it over here. At the same time, I'm gonna check if we're looking to the right direction. We're moving to the left direction, and if we're looking to the right direction, then we need to flip this player to the left direction. So at the same time, so if you want to check with second condition, then you need to use this and you can, and then you can just put the condition. And I'm gonna check if facing right, sorry, I'm gonna put it over here. So I'm gonna check if facing right equals to true. If that is the case, basically means if we moving to the left direction, so we checking over here, as you can see, if movement is lesser than 0f, basically means once we start moving to the left direction, so this movement will be -1, and -1 is lesser than 0f. At the same time, we checking if facing right is true, basically means we looking to the right direction. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to flip this player to the left direction. So for now, let's print out a message. So for printing out, we're gonna type this debug.log, and let's say something like flip player to the left direction. So let's say flip player to the left direction. So let's say something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left direction, you will see that message just gonna pop up in the console. Why? Because we're checking in that if condition, if we're moving to the left direction, at the same time we looking to the right direction. So in that moment, we just saying that flip player to the left direction. So let's go to Unity, and let's click on this plus play button in the top, and as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left direction, that message just gonna pop up says flip player to the left direction. So now just wait, and if I hold down A key, as you can see, as soon as I started moving to the left direction, in my console tab we able to see a message just getting pop up says flip player to the left direction. Instead of printing out message, what we basically want to do, we just want to flip this player to the left direction. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To flip to the left direction, what we can simply do, if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, move over to inspector, then transform, and rotation in the Y, if we set it to something like -180, as you can see it just flips to the left direction. So we basically have to move over to our Euler angles of this player game object, and in the Y we're gonna set it to -180, and as you can see, as soon as we put -180, this player flips to the left direction. And if we put it 0, once again it's looking to the right direction. So once we're gonna start moving to the right direction, we're gonna set this Y to 0, so it will flip to the right direction one more time. So we need to play around with this Y axis. So let's move over to our script, and instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our transform, as you seen. Then we're gonna access our Euler angles, and this Euler angles has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3. So we're gonna set new vector 3, which also has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So in the Y, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put -180f. So once we put -180, it's gonna flip to the left direction as you seen. And in the X, we're not gonna do anything like that in the X axis. So we're gonna put 0f in the X, and we're gonna do the same thing in the Z axis. So now after once we set -180, so this player will flip to the left direction. So right now what we have to do, we need to set this facing right parameter to false. Why? Because once we flip this player to the left direction, it will be no longer looking to the right direction. So that's why after flipping, we're gonna set facing right. So we will set facing right equal to false, and let's close that off with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left direction, you will see this player just gonna start moving to the left direction, and it will flip to that direction. So just wait, and if we click on this play button in the top by now, and you will see. So just wait a little moment, and if we try to press down A key on my keyboard, as you can see, as soon as I press down A key, it's moves towards to the left direction, and it just flips to the left direction. But the problem is that if we moving to the right direction, by now we're not flipping to the right direction. So we also need to flip to the right direction. So let's get out of play mode. For that, we do know we need to set this -180 to 0, so it's gonna look to the right direction. So let's move over to our script, and now we're gonna check for second condition. Basically, we're gonna check if we moving to the right direction and then looking to the left direction. So in that moment, we need to do some specific things. So else if we will check, let's make some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, we're gonna use this movement parameter in order to check which direction we going. So we will say if movement is greater than 0f, and we do know that if once we start moving to the right direction, this movement over here gonna be 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0, means the condition is totally true. It's basically means we moving to the right direction. And I'm gonna check with second condition. We will check if facing right is equals to false. It basically means we just looking to the left direction, but we moving to the right direction. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to flip this player firstly to the right direction, and after that we're gonna set facing right parameter to true once again. Why? Because we're gonna look to the right direction once again, so that's why we're gonna set a facing right parameter to true. So what we simply do, we're gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it by Control V. So transform dot Euler angles in the y, we're gonna put 0f, and after flipping to the right direction, I'm gonna set this facing right parameter to true, because once we flip to this enemy to this player to the right direction, it's gonna look to the right direction. So that's why I just set facing right to true after flipping the character to the right direction, as you can see. Now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script once again, and let's move over to Unity. And you will see as soon as we're gonna start moving to the right direction after flipping or just moving to the left direction, you will see this player will just gonna look to the right direction. And now if we click on this play button in the top by now, and let's have a look on it, and you will see this player will move towards the direction that our player just going in that direction. So we can see, if we start moving to the left direction, we just flipping to the left direction, and once we start moving to the right direction, we can see this player just flipping to the right direction. Basically that is the cool thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose you still want to see this private bold facing right parameter. So we just made it private, so that's why it's invisible underneath our player script. But let's suppose you still want to see that private parameter. So what you can simply do, you can move over to inspector. In the top right you can see 3 dots, so just click there and then click on this debug mode. And as soon as we have chosen debug, we can see our movement, which we made it private, as well as our facing right. And let's suppose you just want to go back in normal mode or inspector mode. So what you basically have to do, you need to go one more time to top right, then click on this 3 dot, and then click on this normal, so you can go back in the normal direction. And I'm gonna change my move speed of this player with something like 6.5. So 6.5 I'm gonna do, and I just change it over here in hierarchy in the inspector. So let's suppose I just want to change whatever I have changed it in this player game object in hierarchy in the inspector mode. I just want to change in the prefab. Then what we have to do, we need to move over to this overrides and then apply all. So the changes we made, it's gonna be saved into our this player game object prefab as well. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a script folder, and I will drag this player C# script into that folder to keep my project clean. So let's go ahead over to our project tab, then assets. Let's right click on asset, then create in the top folder, and I'm gonna name this folder to something like script. So let's call that script, and I will select my player script, and let's drag it inside that folder. So why we just creating this folder? Basically to keep our project clean, and it's gonna be much preferable. And what we will do now, we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our project. So whatever we have done so far, it will be saved. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And Unity just gonna take a few moments to compile our script. Basically we just changed the location of this player script, so that's why basically we just moved this player script into this script folder, basically changed the path. So that's why Unity just gonna take a few seconds to compile our script. Let's make our player jump. So if I click on this play button in the top, you will see when I press down space key, we're not able to make our player jump. So I just want to check, if we press down space key on my keyboard, I just want to make my player jump. So as you can see, it's not jumping at all. So let's get out of play mode, and let's select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. And for that we're gonna move over to this update function. because update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we need to check for some input. And I'm gonna do it in the bottom. You can make it anywhere you like inside this update function. So I want to check for some input. For that I'm gonna use this if condition. So let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, I just want to check if we press down space key on my keyboard or not. For that we need to use this input dot get key down function, and this function in brackets, it's going to take the key that you want to check with. So I want to check with my space key, so I'm going to pass this key code dot space. So let's pass this key code dot space. So let me explain what basically this means. So input dot get key down key code dot space basically means if we press down space key on our keyboard or not. If we, then we can just do whatever we want to do inside these curly brackets. Basically we just want to make our player jump. So for now let's print out a message. For that I'm gonna make a custom function, and I'm gonna make it in the bottom, and you can make it anywhere in inside your class player. It doesn't need to be in order. So for function we need to type this void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like jump, and let's make first bracket for our function and then some curly brackets. So for now I just want to print out a message when I press down space key on my keyboard as something like player jump. For printing out message we're gonna type this debug.log, and let's say something like player jump, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna call the function over here, and in order to call you need to type the function name, then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So what we doing, so if input dot get key down key code dot space basically means if we press down space key, then what we doing, we just calling this jump function. And what jump function is doing, it basically printing out this message in the console says player jump, as you can see over here. And you can check with any key that you like. So let's suppose you want to check with something like w key. So even if input dot get key down key code dot w basically means if we press down w key on your keyboard, then this jump function will call, and jump function just printing out the message in the console says player jump. But I want to check with my space key, so that's why I'm gonna pass a space, this dot space. So I'm gonna pass dot space, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And you will see as soon as we're gonna press down on our keyboard space key, that jump function will call, and that jump function just printing out the message in the console says player jump. So let's have a look on that. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top. So just wait a little moment and you will see. So as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, you will see the message just gonna pop up. So if I press down space key, as you can see, as soon as I'm just pressing down space key on my keyboard, the message in the console tab just getting pop up says player jump. Instead of the printing out this message, we basically want to make our player jump. So let's get out of play mode. For that, what we basically have to do, we need a reference of this rigid body 2D component of this player game object, because this rigid body 2D over here is responsible for velocity, gravity, and adding force. So that's why we need a reference, basically a link, then we can make our player jump. So let's grab the reference. So in order to grab the reference, let's move over to our script, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make this one public so we can see underneath our player script. And we need to type the component that we're looking for. So we're looking for our rigid body 2D, so we're gonna type that, and we have to name the parameter what we basically want to name our component. So I'm gonna call it RB, something like that, short for rigid body 2D. And let's press down Ctrl S, let's move to script, and underneath our player script we will see an empty field will appear, and we just name it RB. So by default that will be empty. So what we need to do there, we basically need to drag the reference of this rigid body 2D, then we can just do that. So we can see as soon as our player script compiles, we can see RB and it says non-rigid body 2D, basically empty. So what we need to do now, we need to select this rigid body 2D component and drag it into that slot. And now we can see we have player rigid body 2D, basically the link of this rigid body 2D, and now we are able to make our player jump. So let's move to our script. For that, So over here, as you can see, we printing out message. Instead of doing this, we basically want to make our player jump. So for that, I'm gonna use this vector2. So let's use this vector2 velocity. So I just created this vector2 dot vector2 velocity parameter because that vector2 just gonna have x-axis. So if I select my player and then this move tool in this in view, this x-axis and this y-axis, I want to make this player jump in the y-axis only, not in the x-axis. So that's why I just created a vector2 velocity which gonna have x-axis and y-axis. So we're gonna in the x-axis we're not gonna jump at all, so we're gonna put 0 or we just gonna leave that. So let's move to our script, and over here we're gonna set this vector2 velocity equal to rb dot linear velocity. So what we simply doing, we just moving over to this rigid body 2D and accessing the linear velocity of this rigid body 2D, and we storing that into this vector2 velocity parameter. So now the after doing that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna access the y-axis. So we're gonna use this velocity, so we can access the dot axis dot x, and we can set equal to some unit. But as you know, we don't want to jump in the x-axis, so that's why we're gonna leave that. Instead we're gonna access the y-axis and we will set equal to some unit. So instead of hard coding that, let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for our jump. So I'm gonna make a public float and let's call this one to something like jump height, and by default I'm gonna give a default value something around 7f or 7 unit, and let's close that off with semicolon, and we're gonna set equal to jump height this velocity dot y. Basically means we just accessing the y and we just as putting setting equal to jump height, which we set 7. So this player will jump in the y-axis with 7 unit, as you can see. And after doing that, make sure you just move over to your velocity, basically rb dot linear velocity or that rigid body 2D velocity, and set equal to this velocity after modifying the y-axis only, as you can see. So we just accessing the y and we just set equal to jump height, which is 7. So this player will jump in the y-axis with 7. Firstly, we just taking this rigid body linear velocity of this player and we storing into this vector2 velocity parameter, and after modifying the y, we just setting again to our velocity linear velocity of that rigid body 2D equal to our velocity after modifying the y only. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity now. So we will see this player will jump in the y-axis with that jump height unit. By default we set 7 as you seen. So we're gonna jump able to jump this player in the y-axis with 7 unit. So let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, this player will jump in the y-axis only with that jump height, which is 7 by default we set. So if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see, we jumping in the y with 7 unit. But the problem is that we can jump as many times we want, and we can see our player is like jumping in the air, and we don't want to do that at all. We only want to jump if this player is standing on this ground or not. So let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna drag it in the somewhere over here, and for that I'm gonna create a bool parameter which will just gonna keep track of this player is standing on this ground or not. So let's go to our script and let's go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. So we're gonna make it private, and that will be bool, and we have to name the parameter. So I'm gonna call it something like is ground, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and in the start of the game I'm gonna set is ground to true. So is ground equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why I said is ground parameter to true, because as you can see, when we gonna start our game, this player just gonna stand on this ground. So that's why in the start of the game I just said is ground to true. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to this if condition where we making our jump. As you can see, if input dot get key down key code dot space, basically means if we press down space key on our keyboard, then we just making our jump. but at the same time I also want to check if this player is standing on this ground or not. If it's not, then we don't want to jump. If this player is standing on this ground, then we want to jump. So that's why as a second condition an n, so for checking second condition we need to put this an n, and we're gonna check is ground is equals to true. Basically means if we standing on that basically standing on that ground, or we can just leave it like this. It's basically means also means true, means which is standing on that ground. So what we doing, firstly we checking if we press down space key on our keyboard, if it's at the same time is ground is true, means standing on that ground, then what we doing, we're just making jump. So after jumping we just leaving our ground. So what we need to do now, we need to set this is ground parameter to false. Why? Because as soon as we're gonna leave this ground, we're gonna be in the air. So is ground is not true at all, means we're not standing on that ground at all. So that's why after jumping we're gonna set this is ground equal to false, because we're not standing on that ground as soon as we're gonna make our player jump. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity. And you will see, and in the start of the game I'm just gonna drag this player in the bottom, or just gonna it should be stand on that ground. So just wait, I'm gonna drag it in the bottom somewhere around here. Let's click on this play button, and you will see when we're gonna make our first jump, basically when we will make our jump, we will able to jump, but for the next time we're not gonna able to do it. So if I press down space key, as you can see it's jump, but the problem is that once I press down next time space key, this player is not jumping at all. Why? Because if we move over to our escape, we checking if we pressing down space key on our keyboard at the same time is ground is true, but we do know once we make our first jump we just setting this is ground parameter to false. So this one over here is false once we press down next time space key, and this in condition, both of these condition should be true, means if we press down space key at the same time is ground is true, means a player is standing on that ground. But we do know that once we make our first jump, that is ground will be false, means we're not gonna able to stand on that ground, or we not on that ground. So that's why we're not able to jump for the next time. So we also need to set back this is ground parameter to true. When we need to do that, because when we're gonna collide with this ground, we're gonna set back this is ground parameter to true. Why? Because when we're gonna collide with this ground, this player just gonna stand on this ground. So that's why we're gonna set is ground parameter to true, so we will able to jump for the next time as well. So let's get out of play mode, and for that what we're gonna do, we're gonna use a function called on collision enter 2D, and that function get called when we collide with something. So I'm gonna move my player somewhere over here, and for that let's move over to our scape. And before we do, let's assign this ground as a ground tag. So what you basically need to do, you need to select your ground game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. I already assigned with tag, so it will be untagged. So just click there, then click on this add tag, click on this plus icon, name the tag whatever you want, and then click on that save button, and make sure you select your game object one more time in the hierarchy. Go over to inspector and assign with the tag you recently created. So I'm gonna assign with ground that I recently created. Now as you can see, I assigned this ground as a ground tag, and you can notice in the inspector, so we assigned this ground as a ground tag. Now we're gonna move over to our scape, and in the bottom we're gonna do it, you can do it anywhere, so it doesn't need to be in order. And for that we're gonna use this on collision enter 2D function, and make sure you just doing as I did over here, else it's not gonna work, because this is Unity callback function. Basically means this function will get called automatically by Unity, and this function will call when we're gonna collide with something. So that's why this function call on collision enter 2D. Basically this function get called when we collide with something. So let's suppose this player game object just gonna collide with this ground, then this function over here just gonna trigger or will get called, and we can extract information about what we collided with by going over to this collision parameter. We can extract information like the name of the game object we collided with, the tag, or any component that we're looking for. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna access the tag of the game object that we collided with. So to access that or to print out the tag, we need to type this debug.log in order to print out the message. and we're gonna use this collision parameter. So let's use this collision. Then I'm gonna access the game object dot game object, and then I'm gonna access the tag of it, and let's close that off with semicolon. So collision dot game object basically means the game object we collided with. So this player will collide with this ground. So collision dot game object right over here basically means that ground game object. And after that, what we're doing, we just accessing the tag, and we can see we assigned this ground as a ground tag. So this tag name should be pop up in our console as soon as this player just game object just gonna collide with this ground. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity. And you will see as soon as this player game object just gonna collide with this ground, the ground tag just gonna pop up in our console tab. So just wait a little moment and you will see and you will notice that. So let's click on this play button in the top, and as soon as our game just gonna start, this player will fall down due to gravity and it's gonna collide with this ground. And as soon as it's gonna collide with this ground, the tag just gonna pop up. As you can see, as soon as this player game object just collide with this ground, the tag of the game object just gets pop up in the console says ground. And we can just select our player in play mode, and we can just drag up, and if collide with second time, we can see second time the tag just getting pop up in our console tag, and we can just drag as many times we just want to do. So instead of printing out message, what we basically want to do, we just want to set that is ground parameter to true, and if we set that, then we will able to make our second jump. We do know that. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on this message. But before we set is ground to true, firstly we need to check if this player game object collide with this ground only or not. If this game object collide with other things, then we don't want to make our player jump. So firstly we're gonna check if this player game object the game object has a tag called ground, or if this player game object collide with this ground, then we only want to make our player jump at that moment. If this player game object collide with something else, then we don't want to do that. So that's why before we jump, we just want to check, basically want to collide, we just want to check. So let's use this if condition, make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check what we collided with, if that game object has a tag called ground tag. So we're gonna use this collision parameter. So let's use this collision dot game object dot tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to ground, and we do know that we assigned it that ground as a ground tag. So collision dot game object basically means this ground, and then what we're doing, we just accessing the tag, and we can see the tag is ground, and we checking if the tag is equals to ground, basically means we just collided with that ground. Now what we have to do, we're gonna set is ground to true. So I'm gonna set is ground equal to true, and we do know once we're gonna set it to true, we're gonna set equal to true, means we're gonna able to jump for the next time as well. So if we move over to our this line of code, so if we press down space key on our keyboard, and is ground is true, but we do know once we're gonna collide with that ground, so this is ground, we just setting to true, as you can see, means we will able to jump, and after jumping we again setting is ground parameter to false. But as soon as we're gonna collide with that ground, we again setting back this is ground to true, basically means this once this player game object just gonna collide with this ground, at that moment only this player will able to jump, make the jump. And when this player in the air, it's not gonna able to do it, because in the air we just set is ground to false. But as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, then we're setting is ground parameter to true, as you can see, and we're checking over here once we're making our jump. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move to Unity, and you will see as soon as we're gonna collide with this ground, we will able to make our player jump. So just wait, and if we select our player, let's do that. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So if I press down space key on my keyboard, we can see we making jump, and if I press down space key second time on my keyboard, we can see we able to jump, but we not able to jump when we are in the air. But as soon as this player game object colliding with this ground, we able to we just making our player jump, because once this player game object collide with this ground, then at that moment we just setting is ground to true, and as soon as this player game object leaves this ground, then we just setting is ground to false, as you can see. But once we collide with that ground, we just setting is ground to true. So that's why this player just able to jump, because this and condition over here just gonna check both of this condition is true. If any of them is false, then it's not gonna work. Whatever you gonna do inside these curly brackets, it's not gonna execute at all. So basically that is the thing. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose I just want to make this RB private field. So we're not gonna able to see it, but we still need to graph the reference of this rigid body of this player, rigid body 2D of this player game object. And we do know that after that we're gonna able to make our player jump. So how we can do that? So to do that, let's open up our script. So for purpose is that we just want to make our player script a little bit clean. So that's why we just doing that. We're gonna make this RB field private. So let's go to top of our class, and instead of saying public rigid body, I'm gonna set private. But once we set this private, we definitely know that we're not gonna able to see that field underneath our player script, but we still need to grab the reference of this rigid body 2D. Then we're gonna make our player jump. So how we can do that? For that, we're gonna move over to this start function. So we do know that start function get called in the start of the game. So in this start of the game, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and into arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So we're looking for our rigid body 2D. So we're gonna pass this and then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna set equal to our RB equal to this, or rigid body we just setting equal to this. So this dot get a component over here, this dot get component over here basically just referencing itself. So we can say player script attached to this player game object. So this they are just referencing itself, and we using to get component in order to get the component. So we basically taking this rigid body 2D component, as you can see. So this dot get component rigid body 2D and making this first bracket. Basically we just taking this rigid body 2D component, and then what we doing, we just storing that rigid body 2D component of this player game object into this RB that we created. So we basically storing that rigid body 2D component into this RB parameter, or into this rigid body 2D parameter, as you can see we created. Now we can see we have the reference. Basically we just taking this rigid body and we storing into this RB, or into this private rigid body 2D RB variable. Basically we have the reference by now, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now if we move over to Unity, you will see underneath our player script that RB field will be gone, because we just made it private, but we still able to graph the reference in the start of the game. So now if we select our player script, click there to expand, we can see RB field is now gone. And if we click on this play button, it should be fine. It should be working fine, because we have the reference in the start function. So make sure once you making private, if you're looking for any component, grab the reference in the start of the game, and we can see it's working fine, and we don't have any error popping up in our console tab. It's basically means fine. Basically we have the we just grab it our rigid body 2D component of this player game object in the start of the game, or in the start function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I just want to make a player move speed something around 5. And let's go to overrides in the inspector and apply all. So the changes we've made, it's gonna be saved into this player game object copy, or this player game object prefab as well. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make your player jump. Let's make the animation of this player game object. So let's make the animation of this player game object. To do so, we need our animation tab. If you can find your animation tab, then move over to window in the top, then scroll down to the bottom, says animation over here, and the shortcut key is Ctrl 6. So if you simply press down Ctrl 6, it's gonna bring up animation tab quickly, as well as we need our animator tab. Now we have it over here, so I'm gonna toggle it somewhere over here, because we're gonna create our animation. But before we create animation, let's create a animation folder to keep all of the animation into that folder. So we will move over to our project tab for that. Then head over to this asset folder, then right click there, create then folder, and I'm gonna name this folder to something like animation. And now this is fine, and we will keep all of the animation inside this animation folder. So let's move over to our player sprites. So we're gonna create our animation. So I'm gonna move over to my player sprite. As you can see, we have the idle, jump, and the work. So let's create our animation. To do so, make sure you select your player game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab and then click on this create button. And you need to choose a folder where you want to save the animation. So what we will do, we're gonna click on this back arrows in the top left side, we can see, and then we're gonna move over to this assets folder. In assets folder, as you can notice over here, we already created a animation folder. So we're gonna open that up, and let's create a subfolder for this player animation, because we're gonna have anime animation or other animation. So that's why we're gonna create a subfolder for our player animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and I'm gonna name this folder to something like player underscore animation, player underscore animation. And let's open up this folder as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So this gonna be the ideal animation, so I'm gonna call this one something like player underscore ideal. So let's call it player underscore ideal, and then click on or hit enter in order to create the animation. And to create the animation, make sure you just click on this red button in animation tab. And what you have to do over here, you need to drag all of the individual sprites of that ideal animation, ideal sprite sheet. Basically, we're gonna move over to my this ideal the sprite sheet, and we can see our individual sprite. So we will select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this animation tab. And now we're gonna click on this play button. As you can see, the animation seems little bit fast, so we're gonna make spaces between these keyframes or between these individual sprites. So I'm gonna move over to something like 30, and if we click on this play button now, we can see our animation is now pretty much good. So you can just play around with this. So we're gonna move it something like 10. This one will should be 10 frames, this will be 15, this will be 20, and this over here I'm gonna move around 25. Sorry, not 25, basically we need to make spaces about 10. So I'm gonna move this one something around 20, this one should be 30, and this one I'm gonna move 40. And if we click on this play button, this seems pretty much cool. So once you are done with animation, make sure you just click on this red button, and you just created that animation clip. And now we're gonna create our jump animation clip. To do so, in animation tab over here, you have to click and then click on this create new clip and name the animation what you want to do, what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call this one player underscore jump. So let's call this one jump, and let's click on save. And make sure you just click on this red button to capture the animation or to record the animation, else it's not gonna do that. So we're gonna move over to our jump sprite, and let's select this jump individual sprite and drag it over to this animation tab. So we only have one animation, so we're gonna drag only this one. And if we click on this play button, it's doing nothing, and it's basically fine. But there is another way in order to make the animation pretty fast way. Basically what you have to do, so we're gonna make our last animation, which will be the work one. So we will move over to our work sprite and then click on this arrow. So we can see individual sprite, but before you do, make sure you split individually all of this sprite and leave this jump hit and this fall hit have to. So individual unit is split. So in order to make the animation in a fast way, we need to select all of the animation by holding down shift and then drag it over to the this player game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we're gonna place this animation clip as well in animation folder. So we will click on this double arrow, back arrow in the top left we can see, and let's move over to assets folder. In assets folder we created this animation folder, so let's open that up and let's open this as well, and we have to name the animation. So this will be the running one or the working one, so I'm gonna call this one something like player underscore work. So let's call that, and let's click on the save button. And if we just move over to animation tab and then click over here, we can see we have a new animation clip which is player underscore work. And if we choose that and then click on this play button, we can see a work animation is playing over again and again. So this is a fast way in order to make the animation, so make sure you just do that. And I'm gonna drag it this animation tab in the bottom because I just created all of the animation by now, so that's why. Now we have all of the animation, and let's suppose you just want to see the animation clip, and I don't want the jump animation clip to be looped. So what we will do for that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, then assets, and then animation folder, then player animation folder. Basically you have to move over to that folder in which folder you just place all of your animation. So in my case this player underscore animation folder, so I can see I have all of the animation. We have player underscore idle, player underscore jump, and this player underscore walk, but I don't want the jump animation clip to be loop. So that's why I'm going to choose this player underscore jump and go over to inspector, and I'm going to uncheck this loop time. Now the animation will not be loop. And if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab, we can see all of the animation. So this player idle is the default one. So if I click on this play button in the top, as soon as the game started, this player underscore idle animation will be played. Why? Because that one is the default one. And let's suppose you want to make the other one default. So as you can see, as soon as the game started, we can see this player just playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. And let's suppose you just want to set this the work one as a default state, then you just have to right click on it and then click on this set as layer default state. Now as soon as we have chosen, we can see player underscore work animation is now playing over again and again. But I'm gonna leave with this player underscore idle, so I'm gonna right click on it and set as layer default state, and let's get out of play mode. And we also need to make transition between this animation state. Let's suppose this player is moving, so in that situation we need to play this player underscore work animation clip instead of the idle, and once we jumping we need to play this jump animation clip. So basically we need to make transition between these animation states or animation clip depending upon what player is really doing. So what we have to do, so let's make transition. To make transition, right click on this idle and make transition to player underscore work, and we're gonna select this arrow or this transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time. Why? Because as soon as possible, if we started moving, we just want to play the player underscore work animation clip right away. So that's why we just uncheck this has exit time. As well, we're gonna set transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this work animation clip. So we need to set a certain condition or a parameter in order to play this player underscore work animation clip. So in animator tab in the left side, you can see layers and these parameters. So select this parameter and then click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a float parameter, a or a float condition, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like work, and we're gonna choose this condition. So let's go to inspector and click on this plus icon in this condition, and then we're gonna choose if work is greater than, and we will check for some smaller some number, something like zero point 0.1. So let's suppose if we set this work to something around 1, so we do know that if this work is 1, so 1 will be greater than zero point 0.1. So the condition over here getting true, as you can see. So the condition over here getting true, if we set this work to something like 1, over here we set 1, and 1 will be definitely greater than zero point 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why from this player idle to this player underscore work animation will be played right away, because the condition is totally true. So if we click on this play button in the top, and you will see as soon as we're gonna choose this work parameter to something around 1, you will see this player underscore work animation will be played because the condition we have chosen, it's totally true. So if I manually set this work parameter to something like 1, as you can see, as soon as we have chosen 1, this player underscore work animation is playing. Why? Because if we move over to inspector and see the condition, we can see if work is greater than 0.1 and we set work to something like 1, and 1 is definitely greater than 0.1, so the condition here is true. So that's why this player underscore work animation is now playing. And we also need to make transition back to idle, or we will stuck forever in this run animation work animation clip. And if we set this work parameter to 0, even we set it to 0, we not playing the ideal animation clip, and we stuck in forever in this work animation clip. So we also need to make transition back to our ideal. So let's get out of play mode and let's right click on this player underscore work and make transition back to our player underscore idle. And let's select this transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, as well as we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and we need to choose a condition. If we scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the ideal animation clip, which is the player ideal. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose if work is lesser than with some smaller number. So we're gonna check with 0.1, you can check with 0.001, 0.01, or you can check with 0.5 as well. Check with some smaller number. So we set 0.1. So let's suppose we set this work parameter to 0. So 0, if we set this work to 0, so 0 will be lesser than 0.1, and yes, definitely 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition here is totally true. So that's why the work animation is now gonna play right away. So let's see that. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and I will try to set this work parameter manually to set something like 1 and then 0. So just wait a little moment. So if I set this work parameter to 1, as you can see now this player underscore work animation is playing. And if I set this work animation work parameters to something like 0, as you can see, as soon as we set it to 0, this player underscore ideal animation is playing. Why? Because if we move over to inspector and see the condition, we set this work to 0, so this one is 0, so 0 is lesser than 0.1, and yes, definitely 0 is lesser than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this player underscore work and this player underscore ideal animation is now playing. And let's get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to player jump. And no matter let's suppose we just moving left and right, or we standing at one point, as soon as we're gonna press down space key, we just want to play the jump animation clip no matter what this player is doing, like walking or standing at one point. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this any state. So let's right click on this any state, then make transition to player jump, and let's select this transition, and we will go to inspector, and we're gonna untick this as a time, as well as we will set transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, and we will also need to choose a condition for this in order to play this jump animation clip. So for this we're gonna choose a second parameter. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a bool parameter for this, and we're gonna call this to something like jump. So let's call it jump. And if we go over to inspector, then we're gonna choose this condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this jump condition. So if jump is true, so if we set this basically manually, check means true, or unchecked basically means false. If we set it to true, it's just gonna play this player underscore jump animation clip. So we also need to make transition from this player jump to idle and work depending upon what player is doing, or else we will stuck forever into this player underscore jump animation clip. So we also need to make transition to player idle or work, because this player will land top of this ground. So in that moment, if the player is moving, then we're gonna play the work animation clip. If the player is not moving at all, then after jump animation clip, we're gonna play the ideal animation clip, because player not gonna move at all. So that's why. So let's right click on this player underscore jump animation clip, and let's make transition to this player idle, and let's right click one more time, let's make transition to player work. And now we're gonna choose this back transition, and we're gonna untick this as this time, because as soon as this player game object touches this ground, we just want to play the player idle animation clip if the player is not moving at all. So that's why we just untick this as exit time. As well, we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this player underscore idle. So firstly, we're gonna click on this play plus icon, and we're gonna choose if work is greater than we're gonna choose if work is lesser than zero point 0.1. And we do know that if we set this work parameter to something like 0, and 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, and we do know if that is the case, so it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. And we also gonna choose a second condition. For that, we need to click on this plus icon. Now we're gonna choose if this jump parameter, and we're gonna choose it to false. So if jump parameter is false, at the same time, if we set that work parameter to something like 0, so 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. And as well, if jump is false, so we're gonna uncheck manually, so this condition also becoming true. So both of this condition is true. So in that moment, this player now gonna play this player idle animation clip instead of the work one after playing the jump animation clip. As soon as this player game object touches this ground, then it's gonna play this player underscore idle instead of the working one. And now we're gonna select from this jump to our work. So let's select this, let's go to inspector, let's untick this as exit time, and let's set transition duration to 0, and let's click on this plus icon, and now to choose the condition. And now we're going to choose if work is greater than some small greater than with some smaller number, something like zero point 0.1. And we do know that once we set this work parameter to 1, so this will be 1, and 1 is greater than zero point 0.1, so the condition here getting true, so it's gonna play the work animation clip. But we also need to choose a second condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and the condition we're gonna choose now is if jump is false. So if we set manually this jump parameter to false, it's gonna play the work or this idle depending upon what player is really doing. And let's suppose you just don't want to choose the this parameter, which is the work. So you can simply select that, and you can just click on this minus icon in order to remove. And you can do the same thing with this player, from this player jump to player idle. You can just choose that and then click on this minus icon. So we only gonna check for this if we set this jump parameter to false, then we're gonna play this idle animation clip. And if the player is moving, then it's gonna play the work animation clip. So we can choose that condition, or we can just leave that condition as well. It's basically totally up to you, and it's gonna work fine. So you can just remove that. So we only checking with one condition, as you can see. So now if we click on this play button in the top, you will see if we try to set this jump or this work parameter manually to something like 1, or check this jump parameter. So if I check this jump parameter, basically setting it to true, as you can see, it's now playing the jump animation clip, and we stack in jump animation clip. And if I set this jump parameter to uncheck, basically means false, as you can see, as soon as we set, it's now playing the idle animation clip because the player is not moving at all. If the player is moving, then it's gonna play this work animation clip instead of the idle. And if we set this work parameter to something like 1, we can see it's now playing the run animation clip. And if we set it to 0, it's playing the idle animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how we can just manually set this parameter in order to make transition between this animation state. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. And if we select our player game object in the hierarchy, move over to inspector, we can see a animator component added. A plus icon just became a once we created all of this animation clip. So what we need to do now in order to if we just move over to our project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder, and open up the player prefab by double clicking on it. As you can see, the animator component is not attached to this player game object in this prefab mode as well. So what we need to do, we need to move over to overrides and then apply all. So as you seen plus icon, so to get rid of that, as well as in order to attach our animator component into this player game object prefab mode, we basically need to basically what we have to do, we need to select our player game object, then go over to inspector, then overrides and then apply all. And now if we open up player prefab by double clicking on it, we can see animator component is now attached. And I want to move this animator component in the up direction, and I want this player script to be bottom side. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click on this animator component and let's click on this move up. So it's going to move up and this player script now in the bottom direction, and I'm gonna make go back. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the animation and how you can make animation transition between those animation clip. We need to make our transition through our code. If I select my player game object in the hierarchy, move over to animator tab, as you can see we created this parameter and we just setting manually. Instead of setting manually, we're gonna do it inside code. Basically whatever this player game object is doing, like running, walking, something like that. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. So the first thing what we need a reference of this animator component. So once we created all of this animation clip, this component added this animator component added to this player game object, and this animator component is a responsible for like transition between animation clip and playing animations. So we need a reference of this animator component, then we can just set this value in our animator tab that we can take a look on it. As you can see, so we need a reference of this animator component first. So let's go to a script and let's go to top of our class and we're gonna do it over here. So I'm gonna move this one, and we can just hold down alt on our keyboard and we can use up or down arrow key in order to move any line of code anywhere. So I'm gonna move this one over here, and this doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. And the component we're looking for is a animator, so we're gonna type this animator, the component we're looking for, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it with non-capitalized a letter animator. And we also need to grab the reference and we set it to private, so we're not gonna able to see underneath our player script, but we still need to grab the reference. So in order to grab the reference, we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with rigid body 2D. So we will set our animator equal to this dot get component. Basically we just getting our animator component, so into arrows we need to pass this animator and then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So this basically just referencing itself, and we just taking this animator component of this player game object and we storing into this animator type variable, as you can see. And now we have the reference as we have done with this rigid body 2D, basically the same thing. Now we have the reference of this animator component, and what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move over to this update function and we're gonna do it in the bottom. And we will use this movement parameter because this movement parameter is responsible for like moving our character. If we moving left and right, we do know this movement can be -1 or +1 0 depending upon which direction we moving. So that's why we're gonna use this movement parameter in order to set our animation. So we're gonna do it in the bottom, and for that we're gonna use this if condition. So let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if movement is greater than some smaller number, something like we're gonna check with 0.1 f. So why we checking with some smaller number, because if we move to Unity and select this animation transition from this player idle to player work, we can see we have chosen a smaller number to check with. So that's why I'm just gonna checking with a smaller number over here as well. So we do know that if we moving, so this movement over here, it's gonna be -1 or +1 or 0. So let's suppose we're moving to the right direction, so this movement gonna be 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0.1 and the condition is totally true, and definitely it's true because 1 is greater than 0.1, so means true. So in that situation what we need to do, we need to play the running animation clip or the working. So basically we need to set this work parameter to 1, and we do know once we set, it's gonna play the work animation clip. But the problem is that if we move to the left direction, so this player moved to the left direction, so this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1, and -1 it's not greater than this point 1. So what we basically have to do, we need to convert that -1 into a +1. In order to convert that, we need to use this mathf.fs function, and then make this first bracket, and into this bracket you need to fit the parameter. So I'm gonna fit my this movement. So let's press down Ctrl X for cut, and we're gonna paste inside this bracket by Ctrl V. So now even if we moving to the left direction, so this will be -1, but this mathf.else, basically absolute mathf.absolute, it's gonna convert -1 to +1. So now even we moving to the left direction, this movement is now 1. So and we definitely know that 1 is greater than 0.1, or with some smaller number we checking, means basically we just moving left and right. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to play the work animation clip. So basically we have to set this work parameter to 1, and we do know that we have this animator reference. So we're going to move over to first this animator, and then we can set the parameter. So let's do that. So inside this curly brackets, what we will do, firstly move over to our animator, and we're going to use the dot set float function, and then make this first bracket. So why we using this set float function, because if we move to Unity and take a look, so this work is a float parameter. So that's why we need to use this animator dot set float. Basically we just moving over to this animator component, and we using the set float function in order to set this parameter. So as a first argument in quotation, this animator dot set float function, it's gonna take the parameter name, and make sure you spelling it correct. So in my case work, so we're gonna pass in quotation work, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value that you want to set. And we do know if we set this work to 1, it's gonna play the run animation clip or the working as you seen. So we're gonna set it to 1f. Basically we just setting 1, and let's close that up with semicolon. So if movement is greater than mathf.f's movement greater than 0.1, basically means moving. So in that situation, we just moving to animator component, and we using this set float function in order to set this float this work float to 1. And we do know once we set, it's gonna play the work or the running animation clip. So let's press down Ctrl S to save our code, and let's move to Unity. And we will see, as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left or right direction, we're just setting this work parameter to 1, and as soon as the work parameter just gonna be 1, it's gonna play the work animation clip right away, and you will see that. So just wait for a little moment, to give it a moment to compile our script, and once it's done, we are ready to check that. So just wait a little moment. So just wait. So we're using that movement parameter in order to set. Why? Because that movement is responsible for moving our character. So that's why we're just using that movement parameter in order to check which direction we're moving, or basically simply we just moving, we just using that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. Now it's done, and if we click on this play button in the top in order to play our game and try to start moving to the left or right direction, you will see this player will play the work animation clip or the running, because we're setting this work parameter to 1. So if I start moving, as you can see, as soon as we started moving left and right, we can see player work animation is playing over again and again. But the problem is that once we stop moving, it's not playing the ideal animation clip anymore, because if we'll take a look in animator tab, we can see work is now 1. We just set it through our code, and if we set this work parameter to 0, as you can see, it's now playing the ideal animation clip. So also we need to set this work parameter to 0 inside our code, when we should, once this player game object stops moving. So let's get out of play mode, and for that let's move over to our script. So else if we're gonna check, else if, and we're gonna use this same movement parameter in order to check, and we will check if this movement is lesser than something like 0.1f. If that is the case, let's make some curly brackets, Then I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste inside by Control V. And now I'm gonna set this work parameter to 0. So once we stop moving, we do know that this movement will be 0, and we definitely know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. So in that situation, what we're doing, we're just going over to our animator component, and we're using this set float function in order to set this work parameter, basically this work. And what value we're setting to 0f. Basically we're just setting this work parameter to 0, and we do know as soon as we're gonna set it to 0, this player will stop just gonna play the idle animation clip instead of the working one, as you can see over here. So firstly we're checking if movement is lesser than 0.1. So we do know once we stop moving, this movement will be 0, and 0 is lesser than 0.1. So in that moment we're just going over to this animator component of this player game object, and then we're just setting this work float parameter to 0, as you can see over here. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script one more time, and let's move to Unity. And we will see as soon as we're gonna stop moving to the left or right direction, you will see this player will play the idle animation clip right away. So just wait, and we will see that. So let's give it a moment. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So just wait a little moment, and if we start moving, we can see we playing the running or the working animation clip. But once we stop moving, we can see as soon as we stop moving, the idle animation is now playing over again and again. But once we start moving, we can see work animation is now playing. But once we stop moving, we can see idle animation is now playing. And what we have to do by now, if I press down space key, we're not playing this jump animation clip, this player jump animation clip at all. So what we need to do, let's get out of play mode. For that we basically need to set this jump parameter to true or false, depending upon if we press down space key on keyboard or not. So let's go to our script, and we do have the animation, as you can see we're doing over here. So if we press down space key on our keyboard, at the same time is ground is true, basically means this player is standing on this ground, and we just press down space key. So then what we're doing, we're just making our jump, and then we're setting is ground to false. Basically we're just making our player jump, and we have the jump function over here. So once we are jumping, we also need to play the jump animation clip. So we're gonna do inside this jump function, or you can do inside over here inside this curly brackets here as well, but I'm gonna do inside this jump function. So once we are jumping, we also need to basically need to play the jump animation clip. For that we will move over to our animator component, and now we're gonna use this set bool function. Why we using this set bool function? Because if we move to Unity, this jump parameter is a bool parameter, as you can see. So that's why we're using this set bool function. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case jump, so we're gonna pass jump. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna set it to true, basically means check. And we do know once we check, it's playing the jump animation clip. And let's close that off with semicolon. And let's suppose we just collide with this ground, or we just setting this jump parameter to true, so it's gonna play this player jump animation clip. But the problem is that we're gonna stack in player jump animation clip forever, because we also need to set back this jump parameter to false or uncheck when we shoot. Once this player game object just gonna land top of this ground, so at that moment we need to play the player idle or player walk. So basically we need to set this jump parameter to false, so it's gonna play the player idle or player walk, depending upon if this player is moving left and right or not, basically if this player is moving or not. So we colliding with the ground over here, as you can see. So once we collide with the ground, so we're gonna set that jump parameter to false. And we do know once we're gonna set it to false, it's gonna play the idle or run, depending upon player is moving or not. So we will go to animator component one more time, and we're gonna use this set bool function. And the first thing, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case jump. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna set it to false, basically means uncheck. And we do know once we uncheck, it's gonna play the it's gonna play the idle or work animation clip, depending upon if this player is moving or not. If it's moving, then it's gonna play the work animation clip instead of the idle as soon as this player game object touches our ground. So let's have a look on that. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So just wait a little moment and you will see. So let's hold on. So if we start moving, we can see we just playing running and idle animation clip. And if I make jump, we can see we playing jump. But as soon as we touches our ground, we can see really sorry, we playing our idle animation clip because we're not moving. But if we start moving and once we touches our ground, as you can see, it's playing the work animation clip instead of the idle because this player is moving. So as soon as this player game object touches our ground, we just unchecking this jump parameter. Basically we just setting it to false, and you can see over here once we colliding with the ground. But once we making jump, then we just going over to animator component and we just setting that jump bool parameter to true, basically check. So it's playing the jump animation clip as you can see, and as soon as we touches our ground, it's playing the idle or walk depending upon if this player is moving or not. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, tile set. Also, in order to make our tile set, what we basically need to do, we need to create our grid first. To do so, go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then choose this rectangular. And we can see we have created this grid, and you can just click in the top over here, you can see the grid. So now what we have to do, we need to place our tile. But before we place our tile, we basically need to find our tile sprites. To do so, let's head over to our project tab, then assets, and I'm gonna move over to my tiny platformer folder, then this tile set folder, and I can see I have all of the tiles. So this is our sprite sheet, we can see. So we need to split individually this tile. So let's select the sprite sheet first, go over to inspector, and we're gonna click on this open sprite editor. So we just gonna slice individually something around 16 by 16. So I'm gonna choose pixel per unit to 16 and make sure sprite mode to select multiple because we're gonna split individually. And to get rid of blurry, we need to choose this filter mode to 0.0 filter. And after doing all of these things, click on this apply button. Now it's done. And if we move over to sprite editor tab, in the top left we can see slice. So just click there and we will select automatic to grid by cell size, and we're gonna put in the x16 and in the y16, 16 by 16 basically. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button, and now it's gonna slice individually. And I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's go to tile map now, and we can click on this arrow in this spreadsheet and we can see individual sprites. So before we do or just try to place our tiles, we're gonna create a tile map folder in order to keep all of the tiles into that folder. So let's go over to our project tab, assets, let's right click there, create folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like tile map. So why we creating this folder? Because we're gonna keep all of the tiles inside this folder and the palette. So that's why we just created a separate folder in order to keep our project clean. So now we're gonna choose our tile map in underneath our hierarchy, sorry, underneath our create game object in the hierarchy. And in this scene view, anywhere in the top left you can see open tile palette. So just click there, it's gonna be somewhere around in this scene view, so you need to find that. So make sure you just do that. And now what we have to do, we can just simply move this a little bit and we can just scale this up. And it says drag tile and assets over here. So firstly we're gonna create a new tile palette. To create, just click over here and click on this create new tile palette, and we have to name the palette. So I'm gonna call this one something like crown tile. So let's call it something like that, and then click on this create button, and we need to choose a folder where we want to place it. So we will go to assets first. In assets we created this tile map folder, as you can see. So we're going to choose that folder, and after doing that, let's click on this select folder, and now it's done, and we have to drag over here that whole sprite sheet of that tile that we individually just split it. So we're gonna move over to our project tab, then prefabs, and then tile map folder. Sorry, not tile map folder, we will move over to our tile set folder over here, and now we're gonna select the whole sprite. Don't select like this by clicking over here and holding down shift and selecting all of this. Instead, select the sprite sheet, the whole sprite sheet, and then drag it over to this ground tile palette, and it's asking us to choose a folder where we want to place it. So we will click on this double arrow in the top left, we can see, and then we're gonna move over to our assets folder, then this tile map folder, and let's click on this select folder. And now we can see we have all of the tiles over here and we are ready to place them. So for now I want to remove this ground, this square background. Basically I just want to remove that for now. So I'm gonna select this tile map, basically this ground, sorry, not this. Basically we're gonna select this ground, this square. Let's go to inspector and I'm gonna uncheck basically means you just disabling that. And now we're gonna explain this tile. So we have tile and we are ready to place. So we have brush tool, we have mark tool, eraser tool, and all of the tool that we can see over here. So we're gonna select this one and we're gonna place something like, you can place like this, and let's suppose you mistakenly place a wrong tile something over here and you just want to remove that. So what you have to do, for in that you need to choose this eraser tool, and the shortcut key we can see is D. So if you simply press down D key on your keyboard, you can choose the eraser tool right away. And I'm gonna erase this something like this tiles, and let's suppose I just want to place one more time. So we can simply select that tile and this brush tool, and the shortcut key is P, and we can just paint like this. And for the edges I'm gonna choose this one, and we can simply right away we can place our tiles as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just create your tile, and I guess this is fine. And this seems pretty much cool. And I guess, and this is pretty much cool. And let's suppose you just want to make a copy of this whole tile set and you don't want to create from scratch, then you can choose the you can choose this tool, and the shortcut key is I, which is brush tool. So we can simply copy the tile that we really want to copy like this, and we can just paste it anywhere in the scene view like this. And let's suppose you just want to move this whole tile sheet, this tile ground, you just move it to somewhere else, then you can choose this tool, and the shortcut key is S, and it's called area tool. So we can select the tile which we just want to move in the another position around our world. So and after that, choosing the area, we need to choose this move tool in our tile palette, and the shortcut key we can see M, and we can just move it anywhere in the scene view we can, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And let's suppose you just lost your tile palette. As you can see, we lost our tile palette and we just want to get it back. So how we can get it back? Firstly, we need to move over to our hierarchy, then choose this grid, and then choose this tile palette. And as soon as we choose tile palette or this grid, in our scene view in the top left, a open tile palette tab just pops up. So we can just click there in order to open up our tile palette, and we can just make. I hope you get the idea that how you can create these tiles, and this seems pretty much cool, and you can just play around with those. And if you still little bit confused about these tile systems in Unity, then of course I will have a video in the description. You can go and check that out if you just want to learn more about tiles. So you can basically check that out. But the problem is that if we click on this play button in the top, you will see this player game object will just gonna passes through these tiles. Why? Because we haven't added any colliders to these tiles, so we also need to add colliders to this tile, so this player can detect collision and it can land top of this ground or this ground tile. As you can see, as soon as our game started, our player game object just passes through that tiles. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. For that, what we need to do, we need to attach tile map collider. So firstly, select your tile map first underneath your create game object. Go over to inspector and then click on this add component and search over here by typing tile map collider. And as soon as we type, we can see, and we can just click there in order to attach. And as soon as we attach, we can see individual colliders, tile map colliders just attached to this individual grid. And now if we click on this play button, you will see this player game object just gonna land top of this ground, because we added to this tile to these tiles as well the tile map collider, which is detecting our collision, and we can see indeed, and we can just move around. But the problem is that if we jump, we're not able to jump for the next time, because we didn't assign it this tile map collider as a ground tag. Basically, this player game object not able to detect this is our ground or not. So we need to get out of play mode and we need to assign this individual colliders or this tile map as a ground tag. So this player game object will know this is our ground. So this player game object can make the jump for the next time as well. And instead of saying tile map, I'm going to say ground tile. So let's call it ground tile. So let's call this ground tile, and also make sure you assign this ground tile or this tile map as a ground tag. So this player will know this is our ground, and now this player will able to jump for the next time as well. And you will see. So just wait for a little moment and you will able to see that. So now if we just play around, we can see we can jump for the next time as well, and we can just jump on this, and this seems pretty much cool. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And if I get out of play mode, and let's suppose we just want to compile all of this individual tile map collider at once, so how we can do? For that, what we basically have to do, we need to add a component called composite collider 2D. So select your ground tile or the tile map, then go over to inspector, click on add component and search there composite collider 2D and attach that. And by default it's gonna attach this rigid body 2D. So body type we're gonna choose kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to collision. And collision detection we're gonna choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And interpolate to choose this interpolate. And after doing all of these things, make sure you just go to tile map collider, this tile map to collider 2D, and then composite operation, and it says none. So just click there and then click on this merge. As soon as we click on merge, we can see now the collider just get compiles at one, and this seems pretty much fine by now. And we can simply click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and it's gonna work fine. Basically we just compile all of our individual colliders at once, and we can see by now this seems pretty much cool, and this is awesome. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's make this grid or this ground tile as well a prefab. So we're gonna have the prefab, means copy of that game object, so we don't need to work from scratch, so we can simply drag from that folder. So let's select our grid game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to make this one prefab. Now we just turn it into prefab, and we need to make this our ground to make it even cool. And if you just want to learn more about tiles, tile set, or how you can add tile map collider and all of these things about tiles, then of course I will have a video in the description. You can go and check that out if you just want to learn more about tiles. camera is not following our player. Let me show you that. If we click on this play button and try to move left and right this player, the main camera also should follow our player in the X left and right, but it's not doing at all. So if I move left and right, as you can see, camera stays at one position. It's not following our player in the X axis. So what we basically want, we want our main camera to follow this player game object in the X axis or horizontally only. We don't want this main camera to follow in the Y axis. So let's get out of play mode. For that, what we can simply do, we can select our main camera in the hierarchy and we can drag it top of our player game object in order to make this main camera is a child of this player game object. Now we can see main camera is a child of this player game object, means if we move this player, the main camera also will move with it. So let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So if we move left and right, as you can see, camera indeed following our player, but once I flip to the left direction, we can see it's kind of bit weird in the left direction. And let me show you in this in view. As you can see, it's kind of weird. Even we moving to the right side, in this in view, it seems like we moving to the left side, as you can see. And the right side is okay, but once we start moving to the left side, it's kind of bit weird, because this camera also flipping with this player, because this main camera is a child of this player game object. So that's why. So what we will do now, we're gonna get out of play mode and let's select this main camera and drag out of this player game object, from this player game object, and don't make it child. Instead, we will approach second way, which is creating a script in order to make our main camera follow this player. To do so, let's head over to our project tab, assets, and its script folder. Let's right click there, then create, and then mono behavior script. And you can name that script to something like follow or player follow. It's basically totally up to you what you want to call. So I already created a script called follow, as you can see over here. So I'm going to select my main camera in the hierarchy and then select this follow script and drag it over to this add component section. I already attached my follow script, so I'm going to remove this one. To remove that, let's right click on it and remove component, and it's gone. So make sure you just attach that, or you can click on this add component and you can find the script by typing name of the script, which is follow in my case, and it's pop up, and we can just click on it in order to attach that. I'm not gonna do it again because I already attached. So let's open up our follow script by double clicking on it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this start function. We don't need. Instead, we need something like this player position. If we move to Unity and select this player, we need this player position, then we can follow this player game object. And if we select my player game object in the hierarchy, move over to inspector, then transform, we can see this transform is responsible for position, rotation, and scale. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this transform of this player game object, then we can make our player follow. So we need a reference of this player transform, or simply you can call position. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class and let's make a public, and the component we're looking for is a transform or position, and we can simply call this one something like player position or player. I'm going to call it player. Let's close that up with semicolon, press down Ctrl S to save your script, and let's head over to Unity. So underneath our follow script, we will able to see a player and it will be none transform, basically empty. So what we need to do, we basically need to drag our player game object in there. So we're gonna have the player transform or player position. So let me show you. So if I select my main camera, as you can see underneath our follow script, a player, and it says none transform, means empty. So we're gonna select our player game object from the hierarchy and drag it into that slot. And now we can see we have the player transform, or you can simply say position. So let's head over to our script, and now we're gonna move over to this update function, because update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we just want to keep track of our player position, or we just want to follow our player. So what we will do over here, we're gonna set transform dot position, and we will set equal to, so transform dot position over here basically means current position of that main camera, and we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3. So we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3. Why we setting equal to new vector 3? Because this transform dot position is a three-dimensional data, and we can see it has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we need to set equal to same variable type. So this vector 3 also gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. And let's close that up with semicolon. So we want to follow this player in the x-axis only. If we select player, we only want to follow this player in the x-axis, something like this. We don't want our main camera to follow in the y-axis. Means whenever this player game object makes jumps, we want our main camera to be stationary at one point. Basically it should not move with this player in the y-axis. So we will move over to our script. So that's why we will replace this x with our player position in the x-axis. So we will go to player because we have the player transform. So and then we're gonna access the position and we will access the x-axis. So basically we just simply moving over to this player, then transform, then position, and accessing the x-axis position of that player, as you can see. So this camera will follow our player in the x-axis only, because we just replace that x with our player position in the x-axis. Means this main camera x will be our player position in the x-axis. So where something like, let's suppose this player is somewhere over here in the x-axis, so this main camera in the x-axis will be the same as our player. Means our main camera just gonna follow our player in the x-axis only, or wherever it goes in the x-axis. And we don't want to follow our player in the y-axis, so we will pass this transform dot position dot y. It's basically means current position of that main camera in the y-axis itself, which is, we can see, if we select main camera, we can see which is 0. And we're gonna do the same thing with the z-axis. So we're gonna pass this transform dot position dot z, means current position of that main camera in the z-axis, and we can see which is -10. So this will be -10 right over here, or you can simply call this is the current position itself of that game object. We just only replace the x, as you can see, with our player position in the x-axis. Means our main camera will follow, or the main camera position will be in the x-axis with our player position in the x-axis. Means main camera will follow our player in the x-axis only. So let's press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's move to Unity, and it should be fine by now. And I'm gonna drag my player a little bit up. It seems it's like overlapping on this ground, and I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, and let's move it somewhere around here in the in the X. I'm gonna put 0. So let's click on this play button by now, and it should be fine by now. So let's have a look on this, and we will see that. So if we try to move left and right, as you can see, main camera is following our player, and once we start moving to the left direction, now the error is, or the bug is gone. So we just created a script in order to follow this player this player game object in the x-axis only. So I hope you get the idea of this, how you can do it. And it's kind of bit weird. It's something restricting that. So let's get out of play mode. Instead of making our following our player rigidly, we just want to make a smoothness once we follow our player. So we will move over to our player game object for that. And what we're gonna do, instead of doing this, we're gonna use this vector3 dot slurp. So we're gonna use this vector3 dot slurp, and this function over here, as a first argument, it's gonna take the current position or where you are at. So we're gonna pass our transform dot position, means current position of that main camera. And the second thing, it's gonna take the position or vector b, vector3 b, where you basically want to go. So we're gonna create a new vector3 vector 3, and let's make this first bracket and then close that off with semicolon. And the third argument, it's gonna take the time or the smoothness, you can simply call. But before we do, let's put our new vector 3, which gonna have x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. So this vector 3 dot slash, as a first argument, it's gonna take the own position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the target position or where you just want to move. So we want to move our player in the we want to move our main camera to the player position in the x axis only. So that's why we're gonna replace this x with our player dot position dot x. Basically we just going over to player position and we just accessing the x axis, and in the y we don't want to do anything like that as we have done already. So we're gonna pass transform dot position dot y. It's basically means current position of that main camera itself in the y axis, and we're gonna do the same thing with this z axis. So let's pass transform dot position dot z. And the third argument, it's gonna take the so we can simply put this like this. You can simply put you can make it a structure like this. It's basically it's gonna work fine. It doesn't matter, so you can just do that as I did over here. And as a third argument, it's gonna take the time or the smoothness, you can simply say. So I'm gonna make a variable instead of hard coding that. So let's go to top of our class and let's declare a public float variable, and I'm gonna call this one smoothness. And if I miss spelling, I really apologize. And I'm gonna set by default to 2, or let's set it equal to 4f or 4 unit. So as a third argument, we're gonna pass our smoothness, and make sure you also multiply that with time dot delta time. And I'm gonna drag it over here. So let's multiply with this our time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, and close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. So what we basically have done over here, we just set the current position of that main camera equal to vector 3 dot slurve, and this vector 3 dot slurve just gonna move to the point where basically you just want to move your main camera. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the current position or where you are at. So we pass transform dot position, basically means current position of that main camera. And the second thing, it's gonna take the target position or where you want to go. So we pass we only replace our x position with player position in the x axis, since our main camera, we only want our main camera to follow our player in the x axis or horizontally. So that's why we just for this x we just pass player dot position dot x. And in the y we didn't pass anything like that, we just set itself in the y axis, and we have done the same thing in the z axis. And the third argument, it's gonna take the smoothness or the time, and make sure you also multiply with time dot delta time. So this smoothness by default we set 4, so this one will be 4, so 4 into time dot delta time. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. By now I'm gonna move this over here. Let's press down Ctrl S and let's move to Unity. And Unity just gonna take a few moments in order to compile our script, and once it's done you will able to see that. So now if we select our main camera, underneath our follow script we can see our smoothness, and we can just play around with that value. I'm gonna leave with 4, and let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see our main camera now gonna follow this player in the x-axis only with a little bit smoothness. So now if we try to move left and right, as you can see our movement seems this main camera movement seems a little bit smooth. Basically slurp interpolate between 2 points or 2 position, you can simply say. And what we're gonna do now, if I get out of play mode, I'm gonna show you one thing. And if we click on this play button now and just try to collide with these tiles, you will see this player game object will just gonna rotate weirdly, and we need to stop doing it. So let me show you that. So if we just move, as you can see player is flipping or rotating like this, and it's kind of bit weird, and we don't want to do this. In order to restrict that, let's get out of play mode. We need to freeze the rotation about Z axis. So if we select our player, then transform, move over to transform, and then rotation and play around with Z axis, we can see it's just flipping weirdly. So we need to restrict that. So I'm gonna set back to 0 to restrict that. We need to move over to this rigid body 2D component, then move over to this constraint, and then freeze the rotation about Z axis. Now it's done. If we click on this play button by now in the top, you will see this player will not just gonna rotate like that as you seen before. As you saw, it's not gonna rotate like that. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna collide with these tiles. As you can see, indeed our player is not flipping or just not rotating like that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can move how you can make a script in order to follow your player game object or any game object that you really want to follow. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's select our player, overrides in the inspector, and apply all. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project or whatever I have done so far in Unity editor. It will be saved. So let's drag our background one by one. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then tiny platformer folder, and I'm gonna move over to my backgrounds folder. As you can see, I have all of the background. So what we will do, we're gonna select one by one, and let's drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. I'm gonna drag it into this scene view like this one by one. And as you can see, this seems little small. So let's select all of this sprite by holding down shift. Let's go to inspector, pixel per unit, we're gonna choose 16, and filter mode to point of filter, let's click on this apply, and now this is fine. But the problem is that this layer or this background seems it's in front of our ground, and we need to drag it behind. But before we do, let's rename this something like tree background, and this one the last background, we can just name that. So let's name it. And we also have this one, so let's drag it over here. I'm gonna remove that, we don't need it. So let's call this one the first one. If I select this move tool, this is our the last background, this is our first background or this tree. So let's call this one something like bg1, and we're gonna call this one to bg2. So let's call this bg2, and we just want to reset the position of all of this background. So we're gonna select both of them. Let's go to transform, let's right click and reset. So it's gonna reset the position to 0 0 0 in the XYZ. And we need to assign with some sorting layer, or basically we need to drag this bg1 or the tree background behind of our ground tiles. To do so, select any of the background, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, additional settings, sorting layer, click there, click on add sorting layer. So we're going to create some sorting layer, one for this tree background, one for this last background, and one for we're gonna create for this tile grounds, something like that. So let's click on this plus icon. So this will be bg1, and let's create one more which will be bg2, and let's create one for which will be ground tile, and we're gonna drag the bg2 all the way behind. It should be behind all of the layers. Then we're gonna drag our bg1, and then we're gonna leave this ground tile to be in front of all of these things. So we're gonna leave that, and now we're gonna select our bg2. Let's go to sprite renderer component, and we're gonna choose a sorting layer for this bg2, and for this bg1 we're gonna choose sorting layer to bg1, and for this tile background we're gonna choose. So let's select our grid, then ground tile. Let's go to inspector, tile map renderer, and sorting layer we're gonna choose ground tile. Now this is pretty much fine, as you can see, and now we can just play around with these values. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my bg1, and let's drag it somewhere around here, and we can just make this a little bit small so we can make our pixel per unit a less number. So let's select one more time all of those sprite by holding down shift, and let's make this pixel per unit something around 32 in order to make this sprite small. So bigger pixel per unit number basically means sprite just gonna be a little bit small. So let's click on this apply button. Now we can see this is fine. So let's select our bg1, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and I guess this seems okay. And we can select this PG2, let's drag it up a little bit, or we can just center it. So let's center it. I'm gonna right click reset, and in the Y I'm gonna drag it a little bit up. So let's select both of them by holding down shift, and let's move it a little bit up, and we're gonna fill this area and all of these areas with this PG2. So firstly, let's create an empty game object to keep all of the things in organized way, or to keep this hierarchy clean. So let's right click or hit this plus icon. We're going to create an empty game object, and we can call this game object to something like backgrounds folder. So let's call it backgrounds, or let's call it instead backgrounds. Let's go to transform, let's right click reset, and I'm gonna choose an gizmos for that. So you can just click over here and you can see. And now I'm gonna select VG2 and VG1. Let's drag it top of this backgrounds too. Now this VG1 and VG2 is a child of this backgrounds game object, and we can just click over here in order to collapse at once. And now we can see our hierarchy is lot more clean. So we're gonna click over here because we're gonna duplicate. So let's select both of these BG1 and BG2, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D to duplicate. So let's move it over to the right side, or firstly let's move it over to the left side. So we're gonna move it something around. So let's select our BG1 first, and we need to match this up. So I guess -13. So if we go to transform, I'm gonna put -13 in the X, 0.5, I guess -14 since 5, so let's do minus 13.7, or we can do 998. 7 seems perfect, as you can see. So -13.7 is a perfect number for that. And make sure you select the duplicate one and drag top of the first one. So because if we select the first one and try to move anywhere in the scene view like this, as you can see the duplicate one also going with it. Why? Because the duplicate one is a child of the first one, and we're gonna do the same thing with this PG2. But before we do, I'm gonna set back this PG1 position in the X to 0, and let's select our PG2. Let's drag it over to this PG2 duplicate one. We just dragging over to this PG2 or the parent one, and we can just duplicate one more time in order to fill this area as well. But before I do, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna disable this BG1 for now in order to match up the BG2 in perfect in the X axis. So I'm gonna select my BG1, the parent game object. Let's go to inspector, uncheck, basically disabling that. And now I'm gonna select my BG2, and let's play around with that. Sorry, I'm gonna set the position X to 0, and let's select the duplicate one instead, and let's move it in the X somewhere. I guess -20 would be a perfect number, so we can put -20.55. It's 1, I guess. Yes, 1 seems pretty much fine. So now this is fine, and we can just duplicate this BG2 one more time. So let's duplicate that one. So I'm gonna select my BG2 as basically the duplicate one, and let's press down one more time Ctrl D in order to duplicate. And for this one, we're gonna put my, instead of -20.1, we're gonna put 20.1 plus 20.1 or 20. And let's duplicate couple of times because we need to fill this area. So we're gonna press down Ctrl D. Let's move, let's add top of this, so we can do the operation over here. So we can just hold down shift and this a plus icon, and we can just add 20.1 one more time in order to fill this. So you can just play around and you're gonna get off that. So I'm gonna put 20.1 plus 20.1, and we're gonna select this one. Let's press down duplicate. We basically Control D. What we basically trying to do, we just basically filling up this area, you can simply say. And sorry, I'm gonna press down one more time Control D, and let's move it like this much. Just play around and you're gonna get off that. And I guess now this seems fine. and we can just click over here in order to collapse at one, and we can see the last background is now fine. And let's do with the tree background. So I'm gonna select the BG1. Let's enable that by going over to inspector and checking over here in order to enable. And let's select the duplicate one, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and this we're gonna move it in the plus 13.7. so we can just remove the plus icon, sorry, minus icon, in order to fill this area. And let's duplicate one more time, and I'm gonna add top of this, so I'm gonna add plus 13.7, 13.7. and let's duplicate this one more time, Control D. Basically do as I'm doing over here to fill this area perfectly. Let's do 13.7, and we can just duplicate one more time. Let's add top of this plus 13.7, and let's duplicate one more time, and let's put plus 13.7, and let's duplicate one more time to just fill this area, and we're gonna put plus 13.7. now we can see the area is totally filled, as you can notice over here. And we can just collapse, basically click over here in order to collapse. And make sure you just make this background game object a prefab, so we're gonna have the copy and you don't need to work from scratch. So we're gonna select our backgrounds. Let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it into a prefab, and if we click on this play button in the top, it should work fine by now. So let's have a look on this, and you will see that. And if we try to move left and right, we can see this is much cool, and we can see that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just drag the background. And let's also create a sorting layer for this player, and this player should be in front of all of these things, all of this background, this style ground, and these trees. So let's get out of play mode, and let's create another sorting layer. So we will select our player. Let's go to inspector, sprite renderer, sorting layer. Let's click on add sorting layer. Let's click on this plus icon, and I'm gonna create a player, and I'm gonna leave this top of this ground tile because it should be in front of all of these layers. So that's why I'm gonna leave that. And let's select our player game object one more time, and sorting layer I'm gonna assign with player. Now we assign it with player, and overrides apply all. Now it's fine. Made parallax effect. To make parallax effect, what we need to do, select your main camera in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, then camera component. Over there you need to set this projection to perspective, and now we will see our parallax. So if I just click on this play button in the top, you will see, but it's not gonna happen because we need to adjust our backgrounds. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. So if we try to move left and right, we cannot see our parallax effects. So in order to see the parallax effect, let's get out of play mode. In the scene view, in the top you can see 2D. So just click there, and you can hold down alt on your keyboard to move, to look around. So what we need to do, as you can see, our last background and the middle tree background seems same in the Z axis. So we need to play around this. So I'm gonna move over to my backgrounds, then I'm gonna select my BG2 or the last one, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag this all the way behind. So we can simply select this Z axis. So we can go to transform, then position. In the Z we can just put this value, and if we just drag far away from this main camera, basically means that background will move slowly as compared to the close one, which is close to our main camera. So we want the last or this BG2 or background 2 to be moved a little bit slowly as compared to the close one. So that's why we just dragging it far away from our main camera in the Z axis, as you can see. And you can hold down alt on your keyboard, and you can just move your mouse in order to take a look on this. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move this last background In the Z axis something around 5. I guess 5 seems pretty much cool. And now I'm going to select my tree background or the BG1, and I'm going to drag a little bit a little bit away from this main camera. Something like in the Z axis I'm going to put 3. I guess 3 is not fine, and I guess we can put 2.4, or let's put 2 instead. And if we click on this play button in the top, you will able to see the parallax effect. So just wait a little moment and you will see the parallax effect. The BG1 will be move little bit fast and as compared to the close one. As you can see, indeed our BG1, basically this tree background or this ground tile, is moving little bit fast as compared to those are which are basically those are from far away from our main camera. Or you can simply say this BG1 and the BG2 just moving slowly as compared to this ground tile, because this ground tile is close to our main camera and we can notice in our scene view. I'm gonna get out of play mode and I'm gonna adjust a little bit. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag my this tree background or the BG1 a little bit down in the y-axis. As you can see, we can see in the game view a little bit gap over here. So that's why I'm gonna select my BG1 or the tree background and let's drag it a little bit down, something around this much. And in the Z I'm gonna put something around 2.4. And now this seems pretty much cool, and we can play around with this background or this BG2. I guess I'm gonna leave with 5. And if you just want to go back in normal 2D mode in the scene view, so you can just click on this 2D in the top bar in scene view to go back in 2D mode. And we can just click on this play button in order to see, and we will see this ground tile or this tree background will move faster, which is basically faster than which is far from our main camera, basically the last background. And we can see indeed this seems pretty much cool, and it's add a lot cool things. And but the problem is that we can see the last background a little bit gap between them, so we need to adjust. Basically what you can simply do, you can get out of play mode and you can select the first background or this tree background, then go over to inspector and you can just uncheck, basically disable, and you can just adjust this BG2. Basically this you can just adjust around this. So I'm going to drag it over here, so we can just adjust like this. So you can just do it manually, so it should not be a problem. So we can just drag. I guess this is fine, and we can just drag it here. Now this seems pretty much cool, and once you're done, make sure you enable your first background or the tree background. So I'm gonna select that BG1. Let's go to inspector and check it. So enabling that, and we can just move over to background scheme object, basically the parents. Make sure to go to overrides and then apply all, and we can select our main camera and we can play around with this field of view as well. We can just make it close a little bit. So let's make it around something 55, and if we click on this play button, by now it should work fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can do it and how you can achieve the parallax effect without writing a single line of code. And we can see indeed the parallax effect seems lot more clean, lot more good. And if you even want to make more even cool, then you can just drag your tree background or the last background BG2 or BG1 little bit far away from your main camera, so it's gonna seem little bit cool. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and I'm gonna move over to my backgrounds and BG2. I'm gonna select that, and let's click on this 2D in this scene view in the top. We can see, and we can just hold down alt key and we can move our mouse in order to look around. So in this Z axis I'm gonna do something like 10, I guess. And now I'm gonna select my BG1, and in the Z axis I'm gonna put 4. So it's gonna be further away from this main camera, means this will move faster as compared to which one is far away. So the close one will move faster compared to which one is far away from this main camera. and I'm gonna select on this 2D once again. Let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on this. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. So now if we can see indeed the parallax effect too much good by now, and we can see, so this seems this adds little bit great. And let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna move this the tree background a little bit up. So I'm gonna select my PG1 and this move tool, and let's move it in the white something this much, and let's click on this play button. Basically play around with those values in order to make it perfect, so it's just gonna be perfect. So just wait and let's see. And I can see this is way much cool by now. So this is way much cool, so great. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we can see a over here, if you take a close look in game view, in the bottom we can see a blank space. To fill this out, what we will do, we will select our pg2 or the last background, and let's drag it down something this much. And now if we click, it should be gone by now, the blank area. Or we can just move a little bit down this pg1, and you're gonna able to see that. So let's see, and indeed we are able to see. Basically you can just play around with that and you're gonna get off it. Basically we need to drag a little bit down our pg1, so I'm gonna select that, and let's drag it a little bit down something like this much to fill this area. Now it's fine, and we can just move over to parent game object, then overrides in the inspector, apply all, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our project. Let's create our first enemy. To do so, let's head over to project tab, assets, and then a tiny platformer folder, forest, and I'm gonna move over to enemies folder. Then we have enemy 1, enemy 2, and the enemy 3. So let's select any of them, a sprite sheet. Let's click on this sprite, open sprite editor in our inspector tab, and we can see the enemy. So we have this enemy, it's working and idle. So let's make this enemy. So we're gonna select the sprite sheet first. Let's go to we're gonna leave it sprite mode to multiple, because as you can see more than one we have, so we need to split individually. So we're gonna choose sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16, and our filter mode to point of filter, let's click apply. Let's go to sprite editor lab, let's click on this top left slice, and then I'm gonna select automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So 6 column and 1 row. Let's click on slice, apply, and I'm gonna do the same thing with this idle. So let's make this as pixel per unit 16, filter mode to point of filter, apply. In the top left slice, let's so we have 5 columns, so let's put 5 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice, apply, and now it's done. And let's select the game view once again, and I'm going to select my work as sprite sheet. So let's select that one. Let's click on this arrow so you can see the individuals, and you can select any of them, then drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. I'm going to drag it over to my scene view, something over here, and I'm gonna name this to something like enemy, and let's add some components to this enemy game object. So let's click on add component. So first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D, and I'm gonna scale up the gravity, and let's choose collision detection to continuous, and I'm gonna freeze the rotation about Z axis. Let's add another component which will be a collider 2D. So I'm gonna add a box collider 2D. Let's click on edit collider, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. But it's pretty much hard to look our collider or the green outline. So what we can simply do, we can select our background game object, and then we can just move over to inspector, and we can disable that by unchecking. So now we are able to see, and let's edit the collider as the size of this enemy game object, something around this much. And now this is fine. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make the animation. So let's do that. So we're gonna select all of this sprite individual. Let's drag it over to this anime game object. Let's go to let's click over here. Let's move over to assets folder, animation, and let's create another subfolder for this animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and this will be anime underscore animation. And let's open this folder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So this will be the work one, so I'm gonna call it anime underscore work, something like that. And let's click on I really apologize. So click on save, and if we select anime, move over to animation tab, click on this play button, we can see it's playing the working animation, and it's pretty much fine. But we need to adjust the collider. So I'm gonna click on this edit collider, and something must ditch. Just edit the collider as the size of your anime game object. And I'm gonna move this anime is somewhere over here because we added rigid body 2D, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. As soon as our game will start, this anime will fall down due to gravity because we added a rigid body 2D component. As you can see, indeed it gets fall down. So what we basically want to do, we just want to move this or we just want this anime to patrol around this ground or something over here. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna move this anime somewhere over here. Before I do, let's make this anime game object a prefab so we can have the copy. So let's select this anime game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And let's create a script in order to move this anime game object. So let's go to project tab, assets, and then in script folder, let's right click there, create mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like anime. I already created a anime script, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my anime game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this anime script and drag it over to this add component section. As you can see, it became plus icon. So we will move over to overrides in the inspector, then apply all. Now it's done. Basically this anime script now attached to this anime game object prefab as well. Now let's open up the anime by double clicking on it. So what we need, we just want to move this anime game object to the left side for now, and we also gonna create a script in which direction this anime is looking. So this anime is looking to the left direction, and let's do that. So we will go to top of our class, and that variable doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. So we're gonna make private bool, and we're just creating this parameter in order to keep track of which direction we're looking. So I'm gonna say something like facing left, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna move over to this start function, and in the start of the game I'm gonna set facing left equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. So why we set it to true? Because as you can notice, this enemy is looking to the left direction, so that's why I just created a facing left parameter, and in the start of the game I just set it to true. And now we need to move that enemy. In order to move that, we will move over to this update function because we need to move every single frame. And in order to move to the left direction, we're going to use this transform.translate function. Translate function. Basically what we're doing, we just going over to this enemy, this transform component, and we're using this translate function in order to move. And this translate function over here, it's going to take the direction that we want to go, want to go in which direction. So we want to go in negative direction, so we can use this new vector 2 and make this first bracket, and we definitely know that it's gonna have x-axis and the y-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we want to move to the left direction, so that's why in the x I'm gonna put -1f, so it will go to negative direction. And in the y, I don't want to move this enemy at all, so that's why in the y I'm gonna put 0f. And make sure you also multiply this whole thing with time dot delta time. So we're gonna multiply with time dot delta time. And we also want to make this enemy a little bit move faster, so we're gonna multiply this whole thing with some unit, or else this enemy will move towards to the left direction with -1 unit, which is pretty much slower. So that's why we're gonna multiply this whole thing, or we can simply multiply it over here as well, but I'm gonna do here. And also let's make a variable for that, so we can adjust underneath our inspector underneath this enemy script. So we're gonna make that field public float, and that will be work speed. So let's call it work speed. So we're gonna call it work speed, and by default I'm gonna set a default value. So I'm gonna set equal to something like 2.5 if around, and let's multiply this whole thing with our work speed. So let's multiply work speed. Now it's done. So this transform dot translate function, it's gonna move our enemy, and this function over here, it will take the direction in which direction we moving. Basically it's gonna take the direction in which direction you want to move. So we put this new vector 2, and we just put in the x -1 unit. So this enemy game object will move towards to the negative direction, or in this direction. And in the y I just put 0 because I don't want this enemy to move in the y axis. And we also multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate constant, and we just multiply this whole thing with this work speed, so we can just move a little bit faster. And by default work speed I just said 2.5, so this is 2.5. So -1 into 2.5 will be -2.5, means this enemy will move towards to the left direction with -2.5 unit. So I hope you get the idea now. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save my script, and let's move over to Unity. And you will see this enemy will move towards to the left direction with -2.5 unit. But we do know that we just made it public, so we can adjust underneath our enemy script in the inspector. So we don't need to go to that script and then change that value over again and again. So as soon as our enemy script compiles, as you can see underneath our enemy script, we can see work speed, which is 2.5 by default we set, and we can just make it a little bit fast if you want, but I'm gonna leave with 2.5. And I'm gonna move this enemy somewhere around here. I guess this would be fine. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game and have a look on this. So just wait a little moment and you will see. And now we can see as soon as the game started, this enemy just started moving to the left direction, and we can just move around in this scene view. So what we basically want to do, so let's get out of play mode and let me explain. We're gonna create a ray from here, and we're gonna shoot out the ray in the down direction. And if that ray collide with this ground, that means it's okay. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, something over here we're gonna have, so the ray will not collide. We're gonna give some distance to that ray, so something like this much. So over here the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So what we will do in that situation, we're gonna flip this enemy to the right direction, and once the enemy is over here, the ray not gonna collide. So once again we're gonna flip this enemy to the left direction, so this enemy just gonna patrol around this ground. So we're gonna create a ray from this point. To do so, let's move over to our script, and to create a ray we need to use this physics 2D. So we're gonna do inside this update function. So we're gonna use this physics 2D dot raycast function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the ray. So we're gonna create somewhere around here, and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction, in which direction. So we're gonna shoot out in the down direction. And the third argument, it's gonna take basically this raycast function, it's gonna take as a third argument the length of the ray, so we need to specify. And the fourth argument, it's gonna take the game object, with game object with which game object you want to check. So we're gonna check with this ground game object. so that's why we're gonna do that. So for now, let's make this function for comment by double forward slash, and this comment basically don't interrupt our code. So we need those variable, we need to create a point, we need to assign distance and all of those things. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class somewhere over here. So the first thing, so we're gonna make a public, so first thing we need transform, basically position, and we can call this one something like detect position or detect point. And the second thing, we need the direction, but we can just use vector to dot down, it's basically means down direction, and we can just leave that part. So we're gonna jump over to third argument, which is gonna take the length of the array. So let's make public float, and we can simply call this one ray length, and I'm gonna call it distance, something like that. And by default I'm gonna set equal to 0.5 if a smaller number. And the fourth argument, it's gonna take the layer mask or which game object you specifically want to target. So let's make a public layer mask, and we're gonna call target layer, or let's call it simply detect layer. And let's close that off with semicolon, press down Ctrl S, and let's move to Unity. And we need to assign those variable one by one. So the first thing, we need a point from where we want to create a where we want to create the array. So just wait for a little moment. Now we can see underneath our anime script we have the detect point, which is says non-transform, basically means empty. So let's create our detect point. So I'm gonna select my anime game object in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, and let's create an empty child game object on that anime game object, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. And if you want to choose an gizmo, then go over to inspector, click over here, and you can choose a gizmo. So I'm gonna choose this, and instead of saying game object, I'm gonna call it something like detect point. So let's call this one detect point. So let's call this detect point, and now this is fine. And what we need to do now, we're gonna select our detect point, and let's drag it over to this detect point slot. Now we can see we have detect point transform, basically means this position. And the second thing, we assign it our distance or the length of the array, and detect layer says nothing, so we're going to choose our ground. But before we choose our ground, so what we will do, we will select our ground tile, basically this ground tile or this tile map collider. We will select that, go over to inspector, in the top right you can see layer and it says default. So just click there, click on add layer, and then name the layer what you want to name it. So this will be our ground layer, so I'm gonna name it to something like ground. Let's hit enter in order to save, and make sure you just go to that game object one more time, basically select your ground tile or this tile map collider, then go over to inspector and assign with the layer that you recently created with. So I'm gonna assign it with ground. Now I assign it this ground tile as a ground layer, as you can see in the inspector. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our anime game object, and in anime script I'm gonna choose detect layer to this ground. Now this the array only gonna check for this ground or this ground tile. So make sure you assign it your ground tile first as a ground layer, so you can just use that process in order to assign a game object with some layer. And now it's done, and we will move over to inspector overrides and then apply all. And let's open up our anime script, because we have all of those variables by now, we assign it. And I'm gonna remove these forward slashes. So the first thing, this physics2d.raycast, it's gonna take the position from where we want to create our array. So we're gonna pass our detect point, and as a detect point we have that point. So make sure you type this detect point dot position, because that detect point is a transform and we need to access the position, so that's why we type dot position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the direction, so we can simply use this new vector 2, which gonna have x-axis, so x-axis and y-axis. So we want to shoot out the ray in the down direction, not in horizontally or x-axis. So that's why in the x I'm gonna put 0f, and in the y I'm gonna put -1f. Why? Because we want to shoot out the ray in the down direction, so that's why I'm gonna put a negative value, so we can simply put -1f. And the third argument, it's gonna take the length of the ray. So we're gonna pass our distance, which is length of ray, and by default I set which is 0.5, as you can see. And the fourth argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So I'm gonna pass my detect layer, and as a detect layer I have chosen that ground, as you can see. So this physics2d.raycast function, it's gonna create the ray at this position in this direction with this much of length, and then it's gonna target that ground tile. So it's gonna create the ray from here, and if that ray collide with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result into another variable, or you can simply say in another container, and that's gonna be a raycast hit 2d. Why? Because this is a ray, so that's why we need to type this raycast hit 2d a variable type, and we can simply call this one something like hit info or hit information, and let's set equal to this. So this hit info right over here, we just storing whatever we get. So this can be true or false depending upon if the ray really colliding with this ground or not. If it's, then this over here it will be true. So this hit info just gonna be true. Why it's gonna be true? Because directly we're setting it, as you can see, hit info equal to physics2d dot raycast, and if that ray don't collide with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a false value. So that's why this hit info will be false. So what we will do in the next time, in the next step, we will check. So let's make first bracket some curly brackets, and we're gonna check if hit info is equals to false. It basically means the ray is not colliding with this ground, means the enemy is somewhere over here. As you can see, the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So in that moment, what we need to do, we basically need to flip this enemy game object to the right direction, so it's gonna move to the right direction. So basically that is the logic. So let's go to our script. So if it is false, for now we're gonna print out a message. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and let's say something like flip enemy. So we're gonna say flip enemy, and let's close that up with semicolon, and I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script. Let's save our script. Let's move to Unity, and you will see. So just give it a moment to compile our script to Unity just gonna take a moment in order to compile our script. Now it's done. Sorry, I have to plug my charger. Just wait a little bit. So now, but the problem is that we're not able to see. It would be fine if we able to see or to draw the ray. So in order to see the ray, we need to use another function, or in order to draw the ray that we shoot out from this detect point. So let's move over to our script. For that, we need to use another function. So I'm gonna do it in the bottom. So we need to use this on draw gizmo selected function. Make sure you just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna work, because this is Unity callback function, means it's gonna call by Unity automatically, and inside this function we basically have to draw the ray. So in order to draw the ray, or in order to see the ray, we need to use this gizmos dot draw ray function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you want to draw. So we're gonna pass our detect point dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna use this vector2 dot down. Vector2 dot down basically means the same thing, basically same thing, -1 in the y, so it will be down, and x in the 0. So we're not shooting out the ray in the x, only in the down. So -1 in the y, so the ray will be shoot out in the down, and x in the 0. basically you can just remove that, and you can simply use this over here. As you can see, means the same thing. And we're gonna multiply with our direction the length of the ray, so we can see our ray. So we're gonna multiply the direction of the ray with our length of the ray, which is distance. So we're gonna multiply that, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we just multiply our direction with the length of the ray, which is distance, so we can able to see the ray. But it will give us some error if you didn't assign a detect point. Basically, if I select enemy, if you haven't dragged this detect point to this detect point field right over here underneath your enemy script, means we don't have the detect point. But this function over here, you can see it is still trying to find in that detect point position, and it's just drawing the ray with this much of length or this much of distance. But we do know that if you haven't assigned, so this will be empty. So that's why this gizmo dot draw ray function, it's not gonna able to find that detect point. So that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So before we draw the array, we need to make sure if we assign it that detect point, basically if we drag it that detect point to the that detect point field or not. So before we draw, we're gonna check. So let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if detect point is equals to null. Basically means empty. Basically this over here is empty, means none. So in that situation we need to stop drawing. So that's why we're gonna type this return. So after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute, means the array will be stop drawing once our detect point field is none. Basically this one is empty. If it's empty, then then the ray will stop drawing because we typing return. And after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all. But we do know that we just did assign a detect point, so this condition is totally false. So that's why this line of code will be execute, means the ray will be the ray will be drawn from that detect point position in the down direction. And if you want to choose an color before you draw, then you can just use this gizmos dot color, and you can set the color equal to that you like. So I'm gonna set color dot yellow, so I'm gonna choose with yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our script. So now let's move over to Unity, and you will see the the ray will be draw from this detect point in the down direction. And we can adjust the detect distance of the ray, basically means the length of the ray. So just wait a little moment and you will see. And we can see as soon as our script gets compiled, we can see by now scrolling our mouse to zoom in, the ray just created from this detect point with yellow color, as you can see in the down direction. And now I'm gonna select my console tab. Let's click on this clear, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as this player gonna be somewhere around here, this ray will not gonna collide with this ground. So that message just gonna pop up because we're checking there. If the ray is not colliding, we're just printing out message. As you can see, indeed it's just printing out message. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So once the enemy is somewhere over here, as you can see, the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So that's why we're just printing out this message says flip enemy. So instead of printing out message, what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy. And we do know that we're gonna do with Euler angles, as we have done with this player game object. So let's double click on this message in order to open that up. Instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip. But before we flip, we need to keep track which direction we're looking before we flip. So we're gonna check if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if facing left is equals to true, means we looking to the left direction. As you can see, indeed we will look to the left direction. So over here, so what we need to do now, we need to set that facing left parameter to false after flipping. So in order to flip that, we're gonna use this transform dot Euler angles. Basically we're just going over to this enemy transform and Euler angles, and that Euler angles gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, which gonna have x-axis x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Basically, we're doing the same thing as we have done in this player script. As you can see over here, we just doing the same thing, Euler angles, and we just changing. So I'm gonna move over to my enemy script, and in the y I'm gonna put minus 180f, and we don't know, once we're gonna put this value, it's gonna flip to the right direction. So this enemy will flip to the right direction. And in the x I am not gonna do anything like that, so I'm gonna put 0f, and in the z I'm gonna do the same thing, 0f. So we do know that if we flip this enemy to the right direction, this enemy will no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why after flipping that enemy, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to false. Why? Because we will no longer able to look to the left direction. An else condition, else our facing left is false. So in that situation, we're gonna copy this line of code, and let's paste it over here by control V. Means once we flip this enemy, let's suppose if we put minus 180 in the y, and let's suppose enemy is somewhere over here. So as you can see, so in this situation, facing left parameter will be false, and this enemy is looking to the left right direction. So in that situation, we also need to set back this y to 0, and we do know once we set gonna 0, it will look towards to the left direction. So that's why in the else condition, else our enemy is looking to the right direction. So in that situation, we're gonna set this in the y to 0f, and we do know once we set to 0f, it will look to the left direction once again. And if this enemy game object look to the left direction, then we need to set that facing left parameter to true. Why? Because this enemy once again it's gonna look to the left direction. So that's why after flipping to the left direction, we're gonna set this facing left. So we will set this facing left equal to true. So else condition, as you can see, else basically means if we looking to the right direction. So in that situation, firstly we just flipping our enemy to the left direction, and after flipping we just setting this facing left parameter to true, because we're gonna look towards to the left direction one more time. So that's why after flipping this enemy to the left direction, we just set that facing left parameter to true. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And I can see the work speed a little much high, so I'm gonna make it a little bit less, so in order to check that out. So just wait and you will see. And I'm gonna make the work speed something like 1.2, and let's move this enemy somewhere around here. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will see this enemy just gonna patrol around this ground. So once the enemy is over here, this enemy will flip towards to the right direction, and after that we just facing left, we setting it to true. As you can see, facing left, we setting it to false, sorry. So as you can see, enemy is just patrolling around this ground. So once the enemy is over here, it's flipping to the right direction, and once the enemy here in the right direction, it's flipping to the left direction. So this enemy just patrolling around this ground. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I want to assign this enemy as a enemy tag. So we're gonna assign this enemy as a enemy tag. So let's go to inspector, untag, let's click on untag, then add tag, let's click on this plus icon. So I'm gonna call this enemy, let's click on save, let's select our enemy, and we're gonna assign with enemy tag. Now I assigned this enemy as a enemy tag, as you can see in the inspector. Basically we have done the same thing with this tile or this tile ground. As you can see in the inspector, we assigned this ground tile as a ground tag. So I assigned this enemy as a enemy tag, and I'm gonna select my player, and I want to assign this player as a player tag. To do so, let's go to inspector, then tag, untag. So I'm going to choose player. Now I assigned this player as a player tag, and let's move to overrides, apply all. In this enemy we're going to do the same thing, overrides, apply all. And I think we don't have to do anything right now, and we can simply press down Ctrl S in order to save our script. And we can just select this enemy and we can move it anywhere, something like if we move this enemy somewhere around here, and I want this enemy to be in front of all of this, like this ground, this tree background and all of those things. So I'm gonna assign some sort I'm gonna assign one sorting layer for this enemy. So let's go to sprite renderer, sorting layer, and add sorting layer. Let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna create enemy, and we're gonna leave in front of all of these layers, because enemy should be in front of all of this, like this ground tile, these trees and player also. We can just drag it behind our player and it should be fine. So I'm gonna select my enemy. Let's go to sprite renderer, and I'm gonna choose sorting layer to enemy. Now this is fine. Let's go to overrides and then apply all, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our project. And let's click on this play button in the top, and you will see this enemy will also just gonna patrol around this ground as well. So let's have a look on that, and we can see indeed enemy is just flipping once it's over here, and it just patrolling around the ground, and that seems pretty much cool that we have. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now I'm gonna enable my the background. So I'm gonna select my background scheme object in the hierarchy. Let's go to inspector and let's check it, basically enabling that, and now this is fine. Once we collide with this enemy game object, I want to reload this game scene. So how we can do that? We're gonna create a script for it. So let's move over to this project tab, then assets. Firstly, let's talk about once we collide with this enemy game object. Basically what we will do, we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and we will move over to this on collision enter 2D function. And we do know that this function is responsible for collision. So whenever we're gonna collide with something, this function will trigger. We do know it's gonna get called. And what we want to check over here, if we collide with this enemy game object, that we want to reload our game scene, we just want to reload this level one more time. And we do know that if we select our enemy, we assign it this enemy as a enemy tag, as you can notice in the inspector. So we will move over to that script, basically over here inside this on collision enter 2D function, and we're gonna check over here. So let's make if condition and first bracket some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, if we collide with that enemy game object or not. So we're gonna use this collision parameter in order to check. So let's type this collision dot game object dot tag and dot tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to enemy. So basically what we're doing, collision dot game object basically means the game object we collided with. So if we collide with this enemy game object, so collision dot game object basically means over here that enemy game object, and then what we're doing, we just accessing the tag of it, and we can see this enemy has a enemy tag in the inspector. So and we're checking if the tag is equals to enemy. It's basically means we definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So in that moment, we just want to reload our level one more time. For now, we're gonna print out a message. So that's why we're gonna type this debug.log, and let's say something like reload level. So we're gonna say reload level, and let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. Let's move to Unity. So whenever we're gonna collide with this enemy game object, firstly we're checking if that game object has a tag called enemy. If it is, then we're just printing out the message and the console says reload level. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on that. And you can play around with the distance of the ray or length of that enemy game object. So now if we collide with this enemy game object, so as you can see, as soon as we collide with this enemy game object, the message in our console tab getting pop-up says reload level. Instead of saying like this, we basically want to reload the level. So let's get out of play mode, and let's double click on this message in order to move that line of code. But instead of doing over here, we're going to create a separate script in order to reload our level. So we will move over to Unity, then project tab, and let's go over to assets, then a script folder. Let's right click there, create and mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like scene management. You can name it to something like game manager. I already created a script called game manager, as you can see, and now we need to attach this script to any game object in our hierarchy, or we can create a separate game object for this game manager script. So let's create a separate game object for this script, so it's gonna be fine and clean. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object. Let's call this game object as the name of our script, which is game manager. Let's go to transform, reset, and I'm gonna choose an icon for that. And now we're gonna select our game manager script, drag it over to this add component section in the inspector, and let's double click on this script in order to open it up in Visual Studio. And I'm gonna remove this start and update function. We don't need that. Instead, we're gonna make a different function, something like a loading level, and we're gonna make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function from another class, or you can simply say from another script. So that's why we need to mark this function as a public, so we can easily call it. And for function, we need to type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like reload level. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we just want to reload our level. So whenever we working with scene, or we just reloading the level or reloading the scene, we need to include this namespace. Basically, go to top of your class and include this namespace, which is called using Unity engine dot scene management. So you need to use this namespace, so make sure you just include that in top of your class, which is using Unity engine dot scene management. Now we're gonna move over to this function, and in order to load a scene, we need to use this function. It's called scene manager dot load scene, and then make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. And this scene manager dot load scene function in brackets, it's gonna take the name of the scene in quotation or the build index of it. So how you can see the name of the scene or the build index of it? So to see that, go over to Unity, and in Unity editor in hierarchy, we can see the name of the scene, which is sample scene, but we also want to see the build index of it. To see that, go to top left file, then build profiles, and then you're gonna be in this windows. So click over here, open scene list, so you can see the name of the scene, which is sample scene, and the build index of it we can see in the right section, which is 0. So we can pass in quotation the name of the scene, or we can simply pass without quotation the build index of it, which is 0. So let's cut this step and let's move to script. So we can simply pass the build index, or we can replace this and make this quotation, and we need to type the name of the scene, which is sample scene in our case. Make sure you spelling it correct. But instead of doing that, I'm gonna use a different method. So we're gonna use this scene manager dot get active scene get active scene scene, and then make this first bracket, and then we're gonna access, we need to use this dot get active scene, and then make this first bracket, and then we're gonna access the build index of it. So dot build index. So what basically this basically means? So scene manager dot get active scene means the scene in which scene we are currently in. As you can see in hierarchy, we are in the sample scene, and the sample scene we show the build index of it is 0. So what we're doing, we just accessing the build index of it. So this over here, it's gonna be totally 0. Scene manager dot get active scene, then dot build index basically means the scene which we are currently in. We are currently in sample scene, and then what we doing, we just accessing the build index of it, and we show the sample scene build index is 0. So it's gonna load up. Basically this sample scene itself just gonna load up once we gonna collide with this enemy. We just printing out message, but we also need to call this function, and this function over here, it's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna do this thing. It's gonna load up the scene which we are currently in. Now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity. And now what we have to do, we need to call that function, which is our reload level. And when we need to call that function, once we're gonna collide with this enemy game object, and we do know we just printing out message. So if I move to console, basically if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, as you can see in the bottom, we just printing out this message saying reload level. Instead of doing that, we're gonna call that function inside of this game manager script. So what we need to do, we need to use this find any object by type and then make these arrows, and into arrows you need to pass the script name that you looking for. So we're looking for our game manager and then make this first bracket, and in there we created the function which is reload level. So now call the function a over here. In order to call it, we need to use this dot, and the function is reload level. So now call the function and make sure you make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So whenever we're gonna collide with this enemy game object, basically this, then what we're doing, firstly we just going over to game manager script and then calling this reload level. So basically we just moving over to this game manager script and then we just calling this function, and what this function is really doing, it's just loading up the scene which we are currently in, as you can see. So we calling this function, and this function just doing basically doing this thing which is reloading the scene which we are currently in. So I hope you get the idea that what is going on. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my script. Sorry, in order to save my script, we're gonna call it. So once we collide with that enemy game object, so we need to use this find any object by type, and then you need to make these arrows and you need to pass the script name that you're looking for. And in there we created the reload level function, so we just calling here once we collide that with that enemy game object, as you can see. Now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script. Let's move to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna collide with that enemy game object, you will see this sample scene will be reload itself one more time, because we're calling that function, and that function basically doing that thing which is reloading the level. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. And now I'm gonna zoom out, and let's click on this play button and let's collide with this enemy game object. And as soon as we're gonna collide with that function just gonna trigger which is reload level, and that function just doing the rest thing. So let's collide with this enemy game object. So as you can see, as soon as we collide with this enemy game object, we just getting spawned from here. Basically we just reloading the sample scene one more time, and you can take a look in the hierarchy as well as in the scene view as well as in the game view. Let's collide with this enemy game object one more time. As you can see, as soon as we collide, we just starting from that position. Basically we just reloading the level. So I hope you get the idea that what we basically doing. So whenever we colliding with this enemy game object, so over here we colliding, as you can see, then we just going over to game manager script and then calling the reload level function, and that function just doing this thing which is just loading the scene which we are currently in. So scene manager dot get active scene basically means the scene which we are currently in, and then accessing the build index. So the build index 0, sample scene build index is 0, so this totally over here is 0. Basically we just loading the scene which we are currently in. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it and how you can call a function from another class or another C#, C# script. Let's create some collectible items. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then tiny assets platformer, this tiny platformer folder, and I'm gonna move over to my sprites folder. Of course I will have a link in the description of these sprites as well. You can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select this one. So let's select that. Let's click on this open sprite editor. So we need to slice individually. So I'm gonna choose pixel per unit to 16. We're gonna leave it to multiple point no filter and apply, and let's click on this slice, and we're gonna leave it to automatic. Let's click on slice and then apply, and now it's done. We're gonna select our game view. Let's go to that sprite sheet. Let's click on this arrow, and I'm gonna select the first one. Let's drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. I'm gonna drag it over to my scene view, and let's call this one to something like coin. So I'm gonna call this one coin, and let's make the animation. And in order to make the animation, we do know that we're going to select individual sprite, all of them, by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this coin game object in the hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will move over to our assets folder, animation. Let's create a subfolder for our coin animation. So let's right click, new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to coin underscore animation, and this will be spinning one, so let's open that up as well. So I'm gonna call this one coin underscore spinning, something like that, and let's click on this save button. Now it's done. And if we select this coin game object, move over to animation tab, click on this play button, we can see coin indeed spinning, and now this is pretty much fine. And let's add some components to this coin game object. So let's click on this add component. So first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D, and let's set this body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous, and let's add up a circle collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on add component, and we're gonna add circle collider 2D, and we can just adjust the radius of this circle collider 2D to fit this perfectly with our sprite size. So I'm gonna make my radius a little bit lower, something like 0.6, I guess 0.6 would be fine. And make sure you just go to edge trigger and check this one, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it. Instead, we can check for set trigger, and let's assign this coin game object as a coin tag. To do so, let's go to inspector, tag, and tag. So let's click on add tag, and let's add a tag something coin, save, and let's select this coin game object, and we're gonna assign with coin. Now we assigned this coin as a coin tag, and let's make this coin as well a prefab. So we're gonna select our coin game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in our project tab. Now we just turn it into a coin. And what we need to do now, we basically need to count how many coins we collected so far. So if this player game object collide with this coin game object or trigger with this coin game object, as you seen, we just check that is trigger. So we're going to use another function to do that. So we're going to open up our player script. So let's open that up quickly. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to in the bottom somewhere over here, and we're gonna use this on trigger enter on trigger. So make sure you just doing as I did over here, else it's not gonna work. So on trigger enter 2D, and make, sorry, it's why it's not working. So let's use this on trigger enter. So this function, get called when we trigger with something. And if we select our coin in the hierarchy, we can see in circle collider 2D we check this is trigger. So that's why we're using this function on trigger enter 2D function. And this function get called when we trigger with something or when we collide with something, and we can extract information what we collided with by going over to this collision parameter. So what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if we trigger with something, and if that game object has a tag called coin, then what we need to do, we basically need to collect that coin, and also after collecting that we need to destroy that. So let's go to script. So we're gonna use this if condition in order to check, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check, so we're gonna pass our collision dot game object, and we're gonna access the tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to coin. If that is the case, then we need to collect our coin. So what we basically doing over here, collision dot game object basically means the game object we trigger it with. So this player game object gonna trigger with this coin game object. So right over here, collision dot game object means this coin game object, and after that what we doing, we just accessing the tag of this game object. So we basically accessing the tag of this coin game object, and we can see the tag in the inspector which is coin, and we checking if it's equals to coin. As you can see, basically means we trigger it with that coin, and now what we have to do, we need to collect that. So for now, let's print out a message if it's working or not, and after that we're gonna just collect that. So we're gonna type this debug.log in order to print out message, and we can say in quotation something like collect coin, or trigger it with coin, something like that. Trigger it with the coin. And let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna trigger with this coin game object, you will see underneath our console tab that message just gonna pop up, says trigger it with coin. Trigger it with coin or collected coin, some that the message we really printing out in our console tab. So just wait a little moment in order to load to give it a moment to compile our script, and once it's done we can just play our game in order to check that out. So just wait a little moment and you will see. So just wait for a little moment, and once it's done we can check that. So I'm going to select my console tab and let's click on this play button, and as soon as we're going to trigger with this coin game object, and make sure you add it circle collider 2D and check this is trigger. So you're gonna check for trigger. So if we trigger with this coin game object, basically collide with this, we can see the message as soon as we trigger it with underneath our console tab, collect coin or trigger with the coin message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we basically want to increase coin, as well as we also want to destroy this coin after collecting it. So let's get out of play mode, and for that we're gonna move over to our script, and let's create a variable to keep track of how many coins we collected so far. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public variable. It doesn't need to be public. For explanation we're gonna make it public. So I'm gonna make it somewhere over here. So let's make a public, and that will be int, which is whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4, and we can just call this one current coin. So let's call this one current coin, and by default I'm not gonna set any value, and let's close that up with semicolon. Instead we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in this start of the game I'm gonna set current coin equal to 0. Why I set current equal to 0? Because when we gonna start our game we're gonna have 0 coin. So that's why in the start of the game I just set current coin equal to 0, and I didn't put f at the end. Basically you can just remove if you typing integer value, you can get rid of that f, which is referencing float, but this is integer, so we can just ignore that f. And now it's done, and we're going to move over to this line of code. So instead of printing out this message, what we really want to do, we just want to increase our current coin. So in the start of the game we have current coin 0, so we're going to add top of that. So what we will do, we will go to current coin, and top of that we're gonna add plus equal 1, and let's close that up with semicolon. So let's suppose we trigger with this coin game object. So this function over here just gonna trigger, and what we doing inside this if condition, firstly we checking the tag, and after that we just increasing our current coin. So in this start of the game current coin we have 0, so 0 plus 1 just gonna be 1, means current coin will increase by 1 unit. Or we can simply type this like this plus plus, it's basically means the same thing, we just adding 1. And after collecting this coin we also need to destroy this coin after collecting that. So in order to destroy that we need to use this. So in the next line we're gonna use this destroy function, and this destroy function in brackets, it's gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So we're gonna destroy this coin game object, or the game object, this player game object, trigger it with or collide it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with this coin game object. So over here in this bracket we're gonna pass this collision dot game object, and collision dot game object, we don't know that it's means the game object that we trigger it with. So we trigger it with coin game object. So collision dot game object over here basically referencing that coin game object. Firstly we increase our current coin by 1, and after that we destroying it right away after collecting it. Now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move to Unity. So underneath our player script we will able to see another field which will be current coin as we created, which is integer value, and in the start of the game or by default it's just gonna be 0. Because we set in the start of the game 0, and if I select my player game object, underneath my player script we can see current coin which is 0. And now if we click on this play button in the top and try to trigger with this coin game object, you will see this current coin will increase by 1, and after that this current coin will this coin game object will be destroyed after collecting that. So if I just collide or trigger with this coin game object, as you can see, as soon as we trigger it with, it get destroyed. But before it destroyed, we can see underneath our player script, a current coin is now 1. Is now 1, as you can see, and we can create as many coin we can do. So if I just get out of play mode, what I can simply do, I can simply select this coin game object in the hierarchy and press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate, and I'm gonna move this one over here. Let's suppose I'm gonna have 3 coins, sorry. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl D one more time, and let's move this one here. And if I now I'm going to select my player game object in order to see my player script in the inspector, and let's click on this play button. So we have 3 coins, and if we collect all of them, you will see this current coin will be 3 because we have 3 coin, and if we collect all of them, then the final current coin result will be 3. So if I collect the first one, we can see current coin is now 1, and if we collect the second one, we can see current coin is now 2, and if I collect the third one, we can see current coin is now 3. So we collected all of the coins, so that's why we have 3 current coin. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead of showing up our current coin underneath our player script, we need to show up in the UI so player can know how many coins they collected so far. So we need to create the UI, but before we create the UI, we need to create our canvas, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements. So how you can create a canvas? For that, move over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and canvas, select this canvas, and I'm gonna select my canvas in the hierarchy, and let's drag it in the top so I can see all the time. And let's select this canvas, and we can simply press down F in order to focus on that. And we need to change some settings inside this canvas. So now we are ready to place all of the UI elements. So we need to create our canvas first, and then you can do that like placing your icons, buttons, and all of the things. So let's do some settings in this canvas. To do so, let's move to inspector, then canvas scalar component. Over there, UI scale mode, it says constant pixel size. So select scale with screen size, and in the X, or basically width, we're gonna put 1920, and in the height Y, I'm gonna put 1080, because this is a landscape mode game. If your game in portrait mode, then you can just swipe this value, you can put in the X 1080, and in the Y you can put 1920. And match, I'm gonna put over here something like 0.5, or you can just skip this part, but make sure you choose this UI scale mode to scale with screen size and put these values. And now we are ready to create our UI. But before I create my UI, or the text that just gonna show how many coins we collected so far, I'm gonna create an empty game object first, and into that game object I'm gonna place all of the UI elements to keep our project clean, or to keep this hierarchy a little more clean. So to do that, let's select this hierarchy, let's right click on it, then create an empty game object, and we can call this game object to something like UI. So let's call this UI, and make sure you go to inspector, over here click and hold down Alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one, and as soon as we have chosen that one, we can see this game object get size as the size of our canvas. And now inside this UI game object, I'm gonna place my coin icon as well as the text which is gonna show how many coins we collected so far. So let's right click on this UI game object, then go to UI, and then we're gonna select this image, and I'm gonna call this image to something like icon, and I'm gonna drag the icon of my coin sprite. To do so, make sure you go to inspector, then scroll down to this image component, and over here in this source image slot, you need to drag the coin sprite or the icon that you really want to show up, and it says none sprite, basically means empty, so we can drag it over here. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then I'm gonna move over to my this sprites folder, and I have it over here. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's drag it over to this slot, and as soon as we drag it, we can see the icon, and I want to put this one in the top left side. To do so, we will go to rect transform, click over here and hold down Alt on your keyboard and select this top left one. As soon as we have chosen, we can see now it's goes to top left, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. and I'm going to choose this rect tool from this in view, so we can see how much we dragging from the left, from the top and from the left side. And if you want to increase the size of this coin icon, then you can just make the width something around 125, and in the height I'm gonna do 125. Now it's perfect, and we're gonna put as a text next to this coin icon, so we can see how many coins we collected so far. So let's select UI game object one more time, not the canvas. We're gonna select our UI. Let's right click on it, let's go to UI, then legacy in the bottom, and then choose this text, and we can call this text to something like current coin text. So firstly I'm going to name this to current coin text, and we can press down F in order to focus on that, and we need to scale this up. So let's select the rect tool from this in view, and you can hold down Alt on your keyboard to resize it from center like this, as you can see. But the problem is that we're not able to see our text. To do so, let's go to text component, and we're gonna make the font size something around 100 in order to see. And now we are able to see. I'm gonna choose a different color in order to make this one visible. So I'm gonna move over to my color fill, and let's choose something like this. And we also want this to be in the top left corner, so we will go to rect transform, click over here, hold down Alt on your keyboard and select this top left one, and I'm gonna move it somewhere over here. And if we try to scale down our screen or scale up our screen size, we can see in the game view this coin icon as well as this text just is resizing itself according to our screen size, as well as it just is staying in the top left corner. So that's why we have chosen by going over to rect transform and then clicking over here. Basically that is the reason. So it's gonna be always in the top left anchor, in the anchor. Basically you can simply say like that, and you can just resize this. And I want this text to be start from the right side, sorry, from the left side. So what we need to do, go over to text component in the inspector, and then alignment I'm going to choose left, and I want to be middle, something like this. And we can choose this middle alignment, but I want this text to be a start to the left side, from the left side. So that's why alignment for the first I'm going to choose this left. And if you do have a font, then you can drag it over here into this slot, or you can just click over here as well. So I'm going to move over to my project tab, then assets, and then fonts folder. I have many fonts as you can see, so I'm going to select any of them, and let's drag it over to this font fill in the inspector. And as soon as we drag it, we can see now the font just change it right away. And font style I'm going to choose bold, and instead of saying new text, I'm gonna set it to 0, something like that. And I want to increase a little bit the font size, so I'm gonna make the font size something around 150. I guess we can make 200. And if you don't not able to see, then you can just scale this up, this something like this much. You can hold down Alt on your keyboard to resize it from center like this, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and this seems perfect to me. And now this is cool. And what we will do now, we're gonna select our UI game object, and then we're gonna make this one prefab. So that's why we created a first an empty game object, empty parent game object, and after that we have done all of the things inside this game object. So we can just make this one prefab, so we're gonna have the copy and we don't need to work from scratch. So if I select my UI game object underneath my canvas in the hierarchy and then drag it over to my prefabs folder, as you can see we turn it into a prefab. And now if I select my UI game object underneath my canvas in the hierarchy and delete it, as you can see it's gone. So we need to work from scratch, but we do know that we just made that one prefab, basically means copy, and we can see we have it over here inside our prefabs folder. So we can simply select that and drag it over to this canvas game object, and as soon as we drag it, we can see we have the coin icon and the text as well. So that's why we just created an empty parent game object first, and after that we have done all of the things that we need. So we can just make that one prefab and we don't need to work from scratch. And now what we have to do, we need to if we select our current coin text and then move over to this text component, we can change this value over here. We can set it to 1, we can set it to 2, we can set it to 3, we can set it to 4, we can set it to 5, and we can see it's also changes in the UI in our game view. We can notice as well as in the scene view. So basically what we need a reference of this text component, then we can just change this value as you can notice over here. So we by default I'm gonna set it to 0. So we need a reference of this text component, then we can just access this and we can set equal to our current coin. Basically means how many coins we collected so far. So I'm gonna select my player game object and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So we need a reference of this text component, basically this text component. To get the reference, we will move over to top of our class and then we're gonna create a variable of text type because we're just looking for it. So we're gonna make a public and the component we're looking for is a text. So we're gonna type this text, but as you can see we typing, it's not popping up any text variable type because that this text is a UI element. So that's why whenever we working with UI, we need to move over to top of our class and we need to include this namespace. It's called using Unity Engine unity-engine.ui. So make sure you use this namespace whenever you're working with text. Now as you can see, we are able to find this text component as you can see, and I'm gonna call this one to something like current coin text as I name it that text, which is current coin text. And let's close that up with semicolon and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script and let's move to Unity. So underneath our player script, we will see another field will appear which will be current coin text, and by default it will be empty. So we need to drag this reference right there. So we're gonna have the text component and then we can just change it with our current coin. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. So now if I might select my player game object, underneath my player script we can see current coin text, and the text is sitting on this current coin text game object as you can see. So what we can simply do, we can select this game object and drag it right there because in this game object the text component is attached or sitting on, and we can see by now we have the current coin text reference and we can take a look at in our player script in the inspector. So now we can see we have the current coin text component, basically this, and now we are ready to set that up. So let's go to script. To do so we're gonna move over here as you can see we collecting our coin. So we also need to update in our UI how many coins we collected so far. So what we will do, we will go to our current coin text game object and then we're gonna access the text and we will set equal to the current coin or how much coin we currently have. So we're gonna set equal to current coin and let's close that up with semicolon. So as you can see this is integer value and it says integer to string, it cannot convert because this text right over here is a string value and this current coin is an integer value. So we need to convert this integer value to a string. In order to convert, we need to use this dot to string function and then make this first bracket. So what we doing over here, we basically going over to this current coin text game object first and then accessing this text as you can see, and then we're setting equal to our current coin. Let's suppose this current coin our current coin is something like 2, then this current coin text will be also 2 because we directly setting it as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. Firstly we just going over to this current coin text game object, accessing this text, and we setting equal to our current coin or how many coins we have so far. So let's suppose current coin is something like 5. So this current coin text means basically this text will also be 5 because we directly setting it or we just linking that. And now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script and let's move to Unity. And you will see as soon as we're gonna start collecting our coin, that will be updated in our UI as well. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. Let's give it a moment to compile our script and now it's done. And if I select my player game object, so current coin we have 0, and let's click on this play button in the top and let's collect the first coin. and if this current coin becomes 1, then this current coin text also be will update with 1 because we directly setting it. So if I collect the first one, as you can see, as soon as we collected, current coin is now 1. As well as we can notice in the game view, current coin text, basically this text also becomes 1 because we directly setting it. And if we collect the second one, we can see is now 2, and if we collect the third one, we can see we have 3 coins. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. And this current coin right over here, it doesn't need to be public, so we can make it instead private. So we can go to our script and let's go to top of our class. As you can see, we just making public int current coin, so we can make this one private instead. It doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private. And now if we press down Ctrl S and move over to Unity, we will not able to see that current coin field underneath our player skip. Why? Because we just made that field private, so that's why we're not gonna able to see that field. If you set it to public, then you're gonna able to see it. And as soon as our player script compiles, we cannot notice current coin field underneath our player script, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create the UI, and you can just work with UI. Let's create a victory scene, something like over here. Let's suppose we are at the end of the level somewhere over here. So we're gonna set a game object like over here, and we're gonna add a collider so our player can detect collision. And if the player game object collide with that, then we're gonna load up the a game or a game win scene, something like that. So we're gonna do that. For it, I'm gonna put a gem over here. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then tiny platformer folder, and I'm gonna move over to my sprites folder. As you can see, I have this, so I'm gonna use the same thing. So let's use this key. So let's select the sprite first. Make sure you just click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprites. So I'm gonna select the first key. Let's drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy, but I'm gonna drag it into this scene view, but I'm not gonna drag this yellow one. Instead, I'm gonna drag this blue one. This seems perfect to me, or any key you like, you can just drag there. So I'm gonna select this one. So this is our key. So let's drag it over to top of in hierarchy, so I can see all the time this game object. And I'm gonna name it to something like key. So let's call it key, and let's add some components to this key. Firstly, let's animate this key. In order to do so, we're going to select all of the individual sprite of this game object sprite by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this key game object in the hierarchy, so it's going to make the animation right away. So let's move over to our assets animation. Let's create a subfolder for this key animation. Let's right click a new folder, and I'm going to name this folder to key underscore animation. And let's open that up quickly, and we have to name this animation. So I'm going to call this one key underscore spinning. So let's call it key underscore spinning, and let's click on this save button. And now if we select our key game object, move over to animation tab, click on this play button, we can see the key indeed spinning over again and again. Now it's fine. And let's add some components to this key game object. So the first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a rigid body 2D. I'm gonna set the body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous. Let's add one more component, which will be a collider 2D. So we're gonna add a box collider 2D, or we can add a polygon collider 2D as well in order to fit it perfectly. So I'm gonna click on add component, and I'm gonna add a polygon collider 2D. And let's click on this edit collider, and we can just edit the collider as the size of our key sprite, something like this. So you can just do that, and let's do it here to fit it perfectly. Basically, we're doing it. So now this seems perfect, and I'm gonna drag it something like this much, and this is much great. and let's make sure you just take this is trigger. So this not gonna register our player to pass through, but it can detect overlapping with player. And let's assign this key game object as a key tag. So let's click on untag add tag. Let's click on this plus icon and I'm gonna name it key. Let's select this key game object and let's assign with the tag which we recently named it. So as you can see, I assigned it this key as a key tag. And let's make this key game object as well a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy. So I'm going to select my key game object in the hierarchy and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And now what we're going to do, we're going to open up our player script. So once we trigger with this key, as we know that we just take this is trigger box in this polygon collider 2D inside this key game object. So we're going to use the on trigger enter 2D function. So I'm going to select my player game object and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and Unity just gonna take few moments in order to open that up in Visual Studio. And once it's done, you will see that. So just wait a little moment. So just it's gonna take few moments. Close this tab. So just gonna a few moments. I'm really sorry, it's taking too much time because I have slow system for now, but when I'm gonna get a fast system, I will make it fast, even fast. And now it's done, as you can see. So let's move over to on trigger enter 2D function. We do know this function get call or get trigger when we trigger with something, and we're gonna check over here if we trigger with that key or not. So let's use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we want to check, we will go to this collision game of collision. We're gonna use this collision parameter over here, as you can see. So we will check if collision dot game object. So just wait a little moment. Collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to key. If that is the case, means we just triggering with this key game object. So what we're doing firstly, so collision dot game object over here basically means the game object we trigger it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with this key game object if this player game object trigger with this key. So collision dot game object there basically means this key game object, and then what we're doing, we just accessing the key tag of it, which we can see we assign it with this key as a key tag, as you can see in the inspector. And we're checking if the tag is equals to key, and it's definitely gonna be our key tag. Basically means we triggering with that key game object. Now what we need to do, we need to load up the next level, but we don't have it for now. So for now what we're gonna do, we're gonna print out a message if we trigger with that key or not. For that we're gonna type this debug.log and let's say in quotation, sorry, I'm gonna load level 2, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. And you will see as soon as our player game object just gonna trigger with this key game object, that message just gonna pop up, says load next level. So just wait a little moment. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. It's gonna take few moments, and once it's done we are ready to do that. So basically we just gonna trigger with that key game object. So we accessing the key tag of it, and we checking if the tag is equals to key, and we do know it's gonna be our key game object. So we basically printing out the message in the console says load level 2. So just now it's done. So just wait now, and before I do, let's play our game. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and you will see that. So just wait a little moment in order to start our game. and I want to make my player jump a little bit high, so this player game object can easily pass through this you can say this enemy, this patrolling enemy. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's make the jump height something around 20, and the move speed I'm gonna increase by 10. Now we can see we can move little bit faster and we can jump a lot and we jump it a lot. So I'm gonna make the jump height little bit low, something around 10, and let's get closer to that key game object. So as you can see, and if you want to make the jump a little bit responsible, then you can just increase the gravity and you can increase the amount of jump height, and it's gonna be perfect. So now we are at the end of the level, and if we trigger with this key, basically collide or overlap, we can see underneath our console tab load level 2 message just gets pop up, and we can trigger as many times we can. So if we trigger second time, we can see this message pop up second time says load level 2, and if we trigger with third time, we can see load level 3 load level 2. So whenever we triggering with this key game object, the message in the console just getting pop up says load level 2. Instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, we just want to load up the next level, or basically we need to create the next scene. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna move over to project tab for that, and let's head over to this assets folder, then scenes folder, and you need to create the scene. So to create the scene, you can simply right click on this assets, or you can simply right click on the scenes folder as well, then go over to create in the top, and then scroll down a bit, say scene, and then click on this scene, and you can name this scene something like level 2, or you can call it next level, something like that. So I'm gonna call it level 2 instead, and let's hit enter in order to save that, and we can just double click on it in order to move that scene. And it says do you want to save the changes you made in this in sample scene? Basically whatever we have done in this sample scene, do you want to save it? Yes, I definitely want to save it, whatever I have done inside my sample scene or the first level. So I'm gonna click on this save button, and as soon as we click on save, we just headed over to level 2, and the things just saved inside this sample scene. So as you can see in our level 2 scene, we only have main camera in the hierarchy, and we don't have anything like that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag our grid game object as well as the background over here. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then assets folder, prefabs folder, and I can see I have the background. So make sure you just make those background and those grid or the ground tile prefab, so you're gonna have the copy, and you can use any scene or any level as well. So basically that is the thing that we just making prefab, so we're gonna have the copy, so we don't need to work from scratch, and we can use those prefab as many time we can, and we can use those prefabs in multiple scenes as well, or in multiple levels. So that is the reason. So I'm gonna select my background game object from this prefab folder. Let's drag it over to this scene view or into this hierarchy. Now we can see we have our background, and I'm gonna do the same thing for this grid. So let's drag it over to this hierarchy, and I'm gonna move this grid a little bit, something like let's select this grid, and let's select the move tool from this in view, and we can just play around with the x-axis. So you can simply just move like this, or you can move over to inspector, transform, and just play around with x position, something like this. And I guess this seems pretty much cool, and this is our level 2. So in this level 2, what I want to have, I just want two buttons. One will be a next button, we're gonna add a text over here, says something like level 2, because I'm not gonna create the level 2. It's basically a task for you to do that, so you need to do it. Basically a task, or you can assume that this is a little project for you in order to make you strong in C# and Unity 6 game engine. So we need to create the canvas, we do know, before we put our text. So let's do that. So let's right click on this hierarchy, UI, and then canvas, and we're gonna do the same thing as we created in the UI section. So I'm gonna move over to my canvas scaler, scale with the screen size. In the X, I'm gonna put 1920 by 1080. Now it's done, and let's create an empty game object first. So I'm gonna drag it this canvas game object in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click on this canvas game object. Let's create an empty game object first, and I'm gonna say level 2 UI, something like that, level 2 UI. And make sure you select the game object underneath your canvas in the hierarchy. Press down F in order to focus on that. And we just want this game object to be sized as our canvas, so we're gonna select that. Let's go over to inspector, rect transform, click over here, and we're gonna hold down all and select this bottom right one. As soon as we have chosen, we can see this game object now became the size of our canvas. And let's put a text something like says level 2, and we also gonna have some buttons in order to move menu as well as to the next level, third level you can assume. So let's put a text first. So we're gonna select our level 2 UI. Let's right click on it. Let's go to UI, then a legacy in the bottom, and then choose this text. And let's scale this text a little bit. So let's select this rect tool, and we're gonna hold down all. Let's make it something this much size, and let's make the font size something around 100. I'm gonna do 125. And we're gonna choose font style to bold, and I'm gonna change the color with something else so we can properly see that. And I'm gonna move this one top something like, so it should be in the top corner all the time. So what I'm gonna do instead, let's go to let's select the text, and let's go to inspector, rect transform. Let's click over here, hold down all, and we're gonna select this top anchor. And I want to position this centers. To do so, let's go to text component alignment. I'm going to choose both of this center, and I'm going to change the color with something else. And let's say instead of saying name text, I'm going to say level 2. Just pretend that this is our level 2. And I want to change the font. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then fonts folder, and I'm gonna select this font. Let's drag it over to this fonts folder, and I'm gonna select this one. This one seems perfect, and I'm gonna make the font size something around 150, and let's drag it up a little bit. And let's create two buttons. One will be next button and one will be the menu button. To do so, let's select our level 2 UI game object, not the canvas. So we're gonna select this one. Let's right click on it. Let's go to UI, UI legacy, and then button. And let's call this button to something like next button, or this will be next button. So let's call it next button, and we're gonna increase the size of this button. So let's hold down alt on our keyboard in order to resize it from center. And let's select the text inside of this button, and let's increase the font size something around 100. And I'm going to choose font style to bold, and I'm going to choose another font for this, something this. And instead of saying button, I'm going to say something like next, because this will be the next button. And I'm gonna make the font size 125. And now this is done. And if you do have your UI sprites, then you can just play around that. And what I'm gonna do, you can just, if you want to change the background of this button with some sprite, then you can drag it over to this slot in this image component in the inspector. So you can just drag it right over here, but I'm not gonna do it for now. I'm gonna do it later. And let's select this next button, go over to inspector, and we're gonna move over to rect transform, click over here, hold down all, and we're gonna select this bottom anchor. And now I'm gonna move this one a little bit up something over here, and let's duplicate this button by Control D. Firstly, select it underneath your level 2 UI game object, underneath canvas game object in the hierarchy. And the duplicate one, I'm gonna name this button to something like, this will be menu button. So I'm gonna call this menu button. So let's call this menu button, and let's drag it a little bit down. And instead of saying next, so this I'm gonna say something like menu. So I'm gonna select the text inside these buttons by clicking over here. and I'm gonna say something like menu. And now as you can see, we have done all of the things, and let's make this level 2 UI game object a prefab now. So that's why we just created a game object first, and we just made this game object as the size of our canvas. And then inside that game object we have done all of the things that we need to do. So make sure you create a parent game object first underneath your canvas, and then you do so you can make that one easily prefab, and you're gonna have the copy. So I'm gonna select my level 2 UI game object underneath my canvas in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in our project tab inside this assets folder. Now we have this level 2 scene. If we move over to project tab, then assets, and then scenes, we can see we have the level 2. So now we have the level 2 scenes, and I'm gonna move over to my sample scene. So let's double click there, let's click on this save button, and now we are level 2. So instead of printing out message in the console says load level 2, we basically want to load that level. But before we load that level, make sure you go to top left file, then build profiles in the bottom, and then you will be in Windows. So click on this open scene list, and you need to drag the scene over here. So we cannot able to see our level 2 scene level 2 scene over here. So what we need to do, we need to move over to our project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, and we can see we created the level 2 scene here. So we basically need to select that and drag it over to this scene list. Now we can see we have the level 2, and the build index we can see in the right section. So make sure you just drag it. If the scene is not if the scene is absent from here, then you basically need to manually drag it here. So make sure you just do that. And once we done, we can just simply cut this tab, and let's move to our player script. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna load the level, and in order to load the level we need to use this scene manager. We need to use scene manager function, but we cannot able to see scene manager function popping up because we need to go to top of our class, and we need to include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot scene management. So make sure you include this namespace whenever you're working with scenes. So make sure you include this namespace because this gonna allow us in order to load any scene that we would like to switch to that scene. And now I'm gonna move over to that line of code. So let's use this scene manager. So we need to use this scene manager dot load scene function. So we need to use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this function in brackets, it's gonna take the name of the scene in quotation, or you can pass simply the build index of it. So how you can see the name of the scene, to see that, go over to Unity, go over to top left file, then build profiles, and you can see the name of the scene by clicking on this open scene. So the name of the scene that we want to load up is level 2, we can see, and the build index we can notice in the right section, which is 1. So we can simply pass the build index, which is 1, without quotation, or we can simply pass the name of the scene, which is level 2, in quotation. So I'm going to cut this tab. We have saw our scene name. Now let's move over to this line of code, and we need to pass the name of the scene in quotation, or you can simply pass the build index of it and then close that up with semicolon. But instead of doing this, I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, which is level 2, and make sure you spelling it correct, the scene name. And once you done, make sure press down Ctrl S to save your script and move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna press basically we will trigger with that key, we will move over to our level 2 scene. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. So now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. Let's move our mouse into this scene view, and we can simply press down F in order to focus on that. And let's click on this play button in the top by now, and let's trigger with that key. And we're not gonna able to jump high because we have done all the changes inside play mode. So the changes not saved yet. As you can see, we're not jumping at all too much. So what we're gonna do for now, I'm gonna disable this let's get out of play mode. In order to do that, make sure you just autoplay mode and then change something so it will be saved. So I'm gonna make the jump height something around 15 and the move speed I want something around 8. Now it's done, and if we click on this play button, by now it should be working fine. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. So if we just, now we can see we moving. Let's get at the end of our level. So let's and let's trigger with this key. Now if we trigger with this, as you can see, as soon as we trigger it, we just load it over to our level 2 scene, and you can take a look in the hierarchy, and the name of the scene is level 2, and inside this scene we have this next button and this menu button. But if we click on this button's doing nothing currently, because we need to hook this button with some certain function in order to do something like if we click on this next button, then we want to load up the next level. If we click on this menu button, we just want to load up the menu scene. So basically that is the thing. I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we can see we have the game manager game object in the hierarchy in our sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. And in this game manager we have the game manager script, you can notice in the inspector. So let's make this game manager a prefab, so we can have the copy and we can use this game manager and this game manager C# script into other classes, into other scenes or other level as well. Basically I want to use the same game manager script in order to load up the next level, in order to load up the menu, all of those things. So let's select our game manager game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my level 2 scene. To do so, let's head over to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, and let's double click on this level 2, and I'm gonna click on this save, and we can see we are inside this level 2, as you can see. So now what we have to do, if we move over to canvas level 2 UI and select this next button, and go over to inspector, scroll down, we have a button component, as you can see in the inspector, and over here we can call a function on click. Basically means whenever we're gonna click on this next button, then we can call a function over here. That's why on click. So we can define a function for this next button and for this menu button as well. So to do so, firstly I'm gonna drag it my game manager game object inside this hierarchy in my level 2 scene. So we're gonna have the game manager script because I want to do all of the loading scenes things inside that script. To do so, let's head over to project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I'm gonna select my game manager game object from that folder, and let's drag it over to this in this hierarchy, and we can see by now we have the game manager script. And let's double click on this in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So let's make two function for our two button, one for a next button and one for our menu button. So let's make a public void I'm gonna call this one next button function. Let's call this, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna copy this by Control C and let's paste it in the down. And this function I'm gonna call it something else, or this button will be menu, so I'm gonna call this one menu button. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically want to load up, once we click on this next button, then we want to load up the next level, and once I click on this menu button, then I just want to load up the menu scene. But we do know that we don't have the next level, basically means the third level, as well as the menu scene yet. So for now we're gonna print out message. So let's go to script, and inside this curly brackets and this next button, I'm gonna print out debug.log, and let's say something like load next level. in order to check if the button is working fine or not. And I'm gonna copy this line of code and let's paste it inside this menu button function by Control V. And instead of saying load next level, I'm gonna say load menu, something like that. And I'm gonna remove this level. And now let's press down Ctrl S in order to save our script, and let's move to Unity. And you will see as soon as we're gonna click on this next button, that function will be called. Basically, we also need to call the function. So whenever we're gonna click on this next button, then we just want to call this next button function. And what this function is really doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says load next level, as you can see. So let's move to Unity now. Let's go to canvas, then level 2 UI game object, and the next button. Let's go to inspector, scroll down to the bottom. Let's click on this plus icon in order to call the function. And we need to drag the game object in which game object script is setting on. So in our case, this game manager. So we're gonna select that, drag it over to that slot. And now it says no function. So let's click there and let's go to game manager C# script or class. And for this next button, I'm gonna choose the next button function, as you can see. So simply what we're doing, we basically going over to this game manager game object first, then this game manager script, and then calling this next button inside that next button function. Means whenever we're gonna click on that next button, this function will call, and this function just printing out the message in the console says load next level. So let's go to Unity now, and I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this clear in the top left in our console tab in order to clear the messages. And let's click on this play button in the top by now. And whenever I goes to click on this next button, you will see that next button function will call, because we just calling the function whenever we call clicking on this next button. So if I click on this next button, as you can see, as soon as we clicked on it, the message in the console tab just getting pop up says load next level, and we can do as many times we can. And for this menu button, we just want to call the menu button function. So let's get out of play mode and let's select this menu button now. Let's go to inspector, scroll down to the button component in the bottom. Let's click on this plus icon. I'm going to drag the game manager, then game manager script, and for this menu button, I'm going to choose this menu button function. And make sure you just make this function public, not as private, or you just leave it like void and the next button, because we're gonna call because we're calling this function through a button. So that's why we need to mark this function as public, so we can call it anywhere we would like to call it. And now let's go to Unity and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And as soon as we're gonna click on this menu button, you will see the menu just gonna load up. So now if I click on this menu button, as you can see, sorry, it's not menu not gonna load up because we don't have it yet. I'm really apologize for that. So as you can see, as soon as we click on this menu button, the message in our console tab load menu just getting pop up. And if we click on this next button, we can see load next level just getting pop up. So let's get out of play mode and let's create the menu scene. We're gonna create our menu scene. To create that, what we can do, we can move over to our project tab, then assets, and then scenes folder, and then there right click, create, then scroll down a bit, say scene, and you can just click on the scene in order to create the scene, which is the menu. But instead of doing that, I'm gonna do a different thing. Instead, I'm gonna duplicate the level 2 and I'm gonna name it to something like menu. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my level 2 scene, and let's press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate that. And the duplicate one, I'm gonna name it to something else. So let's right click on it, then let's click on this rename in the top, and I'm gonna call this menu something like that. And let's double click on it in order to move over to that scene. And now we can see we are inside our menu scene, and you can notice in your hierarchy we can see the name of the scene is menu. And we're gonna change something. Instead of saying level 2, we're gonna say something like menu, and we're gonna have the play button and the quit button or the exit button instead of this next and this menu. To do so, let's select our canvas in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on that. And I'm gonna change the text inside of this. But over here, what we can simply do, we can just rename this. But once we go to overrides and then apply all the changes we're gonna make, it's gonna save into this prefab of this level 2 UI game object as well. Instead of doing this, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our level 2 UI and we're gonna delete that because we don't want. Instead, we will move over to our project tab, then assets, and then prefabs. And over here, we're gonna duplicate this level 2 UI. And if I double click on it, we can see we have the level 2 UI. And we will duplicate this one. And after duplicating it, we can name it to something else. So you can just double click on it in order to open that up in prefab mode. And let's suppose you just want to go back in scene view. So in hierarchy, you can see the back arrow. So just click there in order to go back. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to select my level 2 UI game object from this prefab folder. And now I'm going to press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate that. So firstly select that, press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate, and the duplicate one I'm going to name it to something like Manu UI. So let's right click on it, let's rename, and let's rename it to something like Manu UI. And we can simply double click on it in order to open that up in prefab mode. And instead of saying level 2, I'm going to say something like Manu. So let's choose our text and I'm going to say something like Manu. And we want to replace this next button to something like play button. So instead of saying next button, I'm gonna say something like play button. So make sure you duplicating this one for this one from that prefab folder. So you're gonna have the different prefab. So let's call this one play button. And also we need to change the text inside of this button. So I'm going to select the text inside of this button. And instead of saying next, I'm going to say something like play. And I'm going to choose the menu button. And this menu button should be changed with exit button or the quit button. So I'm going to say something like exit button. So let's call it exit button. Exit button. And I'm going to change the text inside of this button. Instead of saying menu, I'm going to say something like exit. And we also need to remove those functions. So if I select my play button, go over to inspector, scroll down to the button component, we can see it's already removed. But if it's there something like this over here like this, then you can just select that and then click on this minus icon in the bottom right, you can see, and it's gonna remove that. And now we have the play button and the exit button, and we can go back. And what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna select my canvas. Let's select our Manu UI game object from that prefab folder, and let's drag it over to this canvas game object in the hierarchy top of this canvas. And as soon as we drag it, as you can see, it says Manu, and we have the play button and the exit button, as you can see. And if we click on this play button and this exit button, you will see this button will do nothing currently. Why? Because we need to hook this button with some certain function as well. So if we click on this play button, it's doing nothing. If we click on this exit button, it's doing nothing. So let's get out of play mode. For that, what we're gonna do, firstly we need to drag this in our scene list. To do so, let's go over to top left file, then build profiles, and let's click on this open scene list, and you need to drag the Manu scene that you created recently. Make sure you it's in this inside this scene list. If it's not, it's gonna give you some errors, you're gonna get some errors. So make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna move over to my scenes folder. Let's select this Manu scene and let's drag it over to this scene list. And I'm gonna drag this Manu scene in the top because it should be the default one, it should be the first one, the Manu. So whenever player gonna open up the game, player should redirect to this Manu scene. And now we can see we have the Manu scene, symbol scene, and the level 2 scene. Let's cut this tab. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna use the game manager script we will create two more function, one for this play button and one for this exit button. So let's move over to our prefabs folder. Let's select our game manager game object from that prefabs folder, basically the prefab, and let's drag it over to this hierarchy in this hierarchy in our Manu scene. And now let's open up our game manager script by double clicking on it, and let's make two more functions, one for our play button and one for our exit button. So let's create that. and make sure you mark that function as public because we're gonna call this function when we click on a button. And for function we're gonna type void and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna say something like play game. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and let's copy this function by Control C and let's paste it over here by Control V. And I'm gonna say this function, this will be exit function or a quit game or exit game. Now it's done. So whenever we're gonna click on this play button, basically this play button, then we want to play our game, and we do know that we playing our game inside our sample scene. So if I move over to my project tab, assets, and then scenes folder and double click on this sample scene, and I'm gonna click on this save. So we headed over to sample scene. As you can see, in this sample scene we are playing our game. And if we move to top left file, build profiles, and then scene list, we can see our simple scene. The build index of it is 1, 1, and the name of the scene is sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. And I'm gonna move over to my menu scene once again. So once we click on that play button, then we're gonna call this play game function, and inside this function I want to play my game. Basically we need to load up that sample scene in which scene we playing our game. And we do know that in order to load that up, we need to use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this function in brackets, it's gonna take the in quotation the name of the scene, or you can simply pass the build on index of it without quotation. So I'm gonna pass the name of the scene in quotation, which is sample scene. So make sure you just do that and then close that up with semicolon. And now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move to Unity. So whenever we're gonna click on this play button, then we just want to load up the sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. And we also need to hook this play button with our play button play game function. And we do know what this play game function is really doing. It's basically loading the sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. So let's move to Unity and you will see that. So just wait a little moment. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my canvas, then menu UI, and let's select this play button. Let's go over to inspector and let's go to button component in the bottom, and let's click on this plus icon in order to call the function. And we need to drag the game object, so let's drag it there. It says no function, so let's go to game manager, click there. We will go to game manager C# class or game manager C# script, and then I'm gonna choose, for this play button I'm gonna choose my play game function, and for this exit button I'm gonna choose the exit game function. So let's click on this plus icon, let's drag there. For this exit button I'm gonna choose this is exit game function. Now we have done that thing. And if we click on this play button now and try to click on this play button, you will see that play game function will call out, and that play game function basically loading up the sample scene, or in which scene we playing our game. So we're gonna hide it over to that scene as soon as we're gonna click on this play button. So if I now click on this play button, as you can see, as soon as we click on it, we just load it over to our play sample scene. And we can see or notice that in our hierarchy, so we can see the name of the scene is sample scene. So let's get out of play mode and let's talk about now this exit button. So we calling the exit game function, and if we move to our script and we doing nothing inside this exit game function. So whenever we click on that exit button, we want to quit our application, or we just want to exit our application, or we want to quit our game. So in order to quit that, we need to use this application, sorry, we need to use this application dot quit function. So, and then make this first bracket, close that out with semicolon. So this application dot quit function, it's gonna quit our game right away. But in Unity editor, it's not gonna happen at all. But once you make your game completely and then click on this exit button, then it's gonna quit your application. But we still want to see that if this button exit button is perfectly working or not. So that's why we're gonna print out a message, since our game will not gonna quit in Unity editor. So we want to check. So in order to check, we're gonna print out a message. So let's type this debug.log, and let's say something like exit game or quit game. So I'm gonna say something like exit game, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity now. So whenever we're gonna click on this exit button, that exit game function will call out, and that function firstly printing out the message in the console says exit game, and after that it's gonna quit our application. But we do know in Unity editor it's not gonna happen. So if I just click on this play button and try to click on this exit button, you will see that exit game function will call out, and that function printing out the message in the console says exit game. So I'm gonna click on this exit function. As you can see, as soon as we click on it in our console tab, the message getting pop up says exit game. So as you can see, and as you can notice, that we're not quitting our application or the game in Unity editor. But let's suppose you just made the build completely and then goes to click on this exit button, then it's gonna quit your game right away. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. So you can just do that, or you can use a, or you can just follow a different method. If you don't want to follow this and you just want to create the manu scene, then you can just move over to this project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, or inside this assets folder you can simply right click there, then create, then a scene, and then click on this scene, and you can just name the scene which you just want to name with. But it will be a lot of work, so that's why we just duplicated those scene and just changed some things inside those scenes in order to make it different, totally different. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this, how you can load up the scenes, and you can use the same script, which is in our case game manager, in multiple scenes. So that's why we need to make it prefab, so we can just use that the same thing in multiple scenes, in multiple scenes basically. I hope you get the idea of this. If we click on this play button, let me show you. If I click on this play button in the top and then click on this play button, you will see we just loading up the game where we just playing our game. But once we collide with those enemies, we just reloading the scene. Let me show you first that. So let's click on this play button, and if we collide with this enemy game object, this patrolling enemy, as you can see, the game just reload one more time. So instead of doing that, we just want a game over UI screen, or we just want to move over to game over scene, something like that. So we're gonna create that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with this victory UI. We just duplicated that victory UI in order to make this menu. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create another scene, which will be our retry scene or retry level scene. So to do that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then I will move over to my prefabs folder. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my menus. Let's move over to this scenes folder instead of this prefabs folder, and I'm gonna select this menu, and let's duplicate this one. Or what simply you can do, you can just right click in this scenes folder or inside that assets folder, then go to create, and then scene over here, then click on that scene, and you can just rename that scene to something like retry scene, or a retry level scene, something like that. But instead of doing that, I'm gonna duplicate this menu one, and I'm gonna change something as we have done with that this menu with our victory scene or the level 2 scene. So I'm gonna select my menu scene, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and the duplicate one I'm gonna rename to something like retry scene or retry scene or level. So let's right click on it, let's rename this, and I'm gonna call this one retry. Let's call this retry level. Let's call this retry level, and I'm gonna double click on this O to open it up, to basically to move over to that scene. And now we can see we have it. But inside these scenes, what I basically want, instead of saying menu, I'm gonna say something like game over, and we're gonna have a menu button as well as a play button, retry button, instead of this play and exit button. To do so, we will move over to our canvas, and we can simply just press down we can simply press down Ctrl D in order to duplicate this menu UI, and we can just rename that to something like retry UI, something like that, or game over UI, game over UI, something like that. But I'm gonna select this menu UI. Let's delete this from our hierarchy or retry level. Instead, we're gonna duplicate that one from our prefab folder. So let's move over to this project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder. And as you can see, we have the menu UI, and let's duplicate this one in order to create game over UI. So I'm going to select that. Let's press down Ctrl D, and the duplicate one, I'm going to rename it to something like game over UI. So let's call it game over UI, and let's double click on this to open it up in prefab mode. And instead of saying menu, we're gonna say something like game over. So let's choose the text, and say something like game over. And instead of having a play button, we're gonna have something else. So let's rename this button to something like retry button. Let's call this retry button. And also we need to change the text inside of this button. Instead of saying play, we're gonna say something like retry. So let's say retry, and this exit button will be our menu button. So firstly, let's rename this to menu button menu button. And also let's change the text inside of this menu button. Instead of saying exit, we're gonna say something like menu. Now we have done the thing, and we can go back, and let's select this canvas game object, and we're gonna select our game over UI. We have it over here, as you can see. So we're gonna select that from that prefab folder, and let's drag it over to this canvas game object in the hierarchy. And as soon as we drag it, we can see by now we have a retry button as well as menu button, as you can notice. And if we just click on this play button and then try to click on this retry button, you will see this button will do nothing currently. So we also need to hook this button with some certain function. So we're going to create a retry button in order to reload. So if I just click on this button, as you can see, this button doing nothing currently. So what we need to do, we need to hook this button with some certain function. So whenever we're gonna click on this retry button, we just want to reload the level. So let's get out of play mode. For that, we need the game manager script where we just are doing all of the things like loading scene. And I can see I have the game manager game object in the hierarchy, and in this game manager game object we have the game manager script. So if you don't have it, make sure you go to your prefabs folder, or where you just turn it into a prefab, just move over to that folder and find game manager and drag it in this hierarchy. And now we have the game manager, as you can see. So let's double click on this in order to open that up. So let's create basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a retry button function to retry our game. So let's do it over here. Let's make this one public void, and we're gonna call this one something like retry level or retry game. So let's call it retry game instead. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do over here, we basically want to load up the scene in which scene we just playing our game. So we definitely know that we playing our game in our sample scene. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna type this scene manager dot load scene function. So we're using this function in order to load up the scene, and we playing our game in our sample scene. So in quotation we can pass the name of the scene, or without quotation we can simply pass the build index of it. But I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, so in my case sample scene. So let's close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. So we need to hook this retry button with our retry game function. So whenever we're gonna click on this retry button, you will see we will head it over to our sample scene, or in which scene or in which level we playing our game. So just wait a little moment and you're gonna able to see. So just wait a little moment. And now we're gonna select this game over UI game object underneath our canvas in the hierarchy. Let's click here. Let's choose this retry button. Let's go to inspector, scroll down to the button component, and let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna drag our game manager game object there. Let's go to game manager C# class or script, and let's choose this retry game function for this retry button, and I'm gonna choose my menu button, and for this let's click on this plus icon. Let's drag game manager right there, game object. Let's go to game manager script, and then we're gonna choose for this menu button, I'm gonna choose this menu button function as we created. And now if we click on this play button, you will see whenever we're gonna click on this retry button, we're just gonna reload the level in which level we playing our game. So in our case, sample scene we're doing inside that. So let's click on this retry button. So as you can see, as soon as we click on retry, we just load it over to our sample scene, and you can notice that in the hierarchy as well. And if we collide with this enemy game object, we should load our retry level scene, but we're not doing at all. Instead, we're just spawning this player, or we're just reloading this scene one more time. So instead of doing that, we're gonna load up that retry level scene. So we're gonna load that up. So let's get out of play mode, but make sure if it's basically that scene in our build open scene list, basically in scene list. To do so, let's go to file, then build profiles, and then we're gonna move over to scene list. As you can see, we have the mano scene, sample scene, and the level 2 scene, but we don't have yet the retry level scene. So we need to drag it over here in our scene list. To do so, let's head over to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, and we created the retry level scene as you can see. So let's select that and let's drag it over to this scene list. And now I'm gonna drag it in the bottom. You can just leave it anywhere you like in this scene list. So now we can see we have all of the scene. We have the level 2, we have the retry level scene, sample scene, and the pano scene. So now let's cut this tab and let's head over to sample scene, in which scene we playing our game. So let's double click on this sample scene, and I'm gonna click on save, and we just headed over to this sample scene. And let's open up our player script, basically where we colliding with this enemy. So if I select my enemy in the hierarchy, press down F in order to focus on that. So once we collide with this enemy game object, we just loading up this scene one more time, or this level. Instead of doing that, we're gonna load up the retry level scene as we created. So let's open up our player script where we colliding. So I'm gonna open up my player script, and as you can see that over here we colliding. So as you can see, if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to enemy, means we just colliding with that enemy game object. Then what we doing, we just reloading this level one more time. Instead of doing this, we're gonna do something. So we're gonna use this scene manager dot load scene function in order to load up the scene. And this over here, it's gonna take the name of the scene that we want to load up. So we do know that we need to load up this retry. If I move over to my scenes folder, we need to load up this retry level scene. So we need to pass the name of the scene, or we can simply pass the build index of it. So we're gonna move over to our script. So in quotation, I'm gonna pass the name of the scene. So in our case, retry level, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And let's move to Unity now. So whenever we're gonna collide with that enemy game object, you will see we're gonna head over to our retry level scene. So as soon as we're gonna collide with that enemy game object, so just wait, and if we click on this play button now, and you will see as soon as we're gonna collide with that enemy game object, we will head it over to our retry level scene. Just wait a little moment in order to reload the level, sorry, in order to play our game. So now if we collide with this enemy game object, as you can see, as soon as we collided, we just headed over to our game over scene, or you can simply say retry level scene, and we can take a look in our hierarchy, which is retry level. And we can click on this retry button one more time to just reload the game, or to reload this level. And if we collide with this enemy game object one more time, we just headed over to retry level. But the problem is that if we click on this menu button, we're just printing out the message in the console says load menu, instead of loading the menu scene. So we need to do that. So let's get out of play mode. For that, let's move over to our game manager script, why are we doing all of the things. So I'm gonna move over to my game manager script, and if I move over to my menu button function, as you can see we just printing out this message, but we not loading the menu scene yet, so we need to load that up. So in order to do that, we're gonna type this scene manager dot load scene function. Basically we're gonna use this function, and this function it's gonna take the name of the scene in quotation or the build index of it. If you not able to find it, make sure you just move to Unity, go over to top left file, then build profiles in the bottom, and you can see in this scene list, so the name of the scene is Manu, and we can notice that the build index of it is 0, so we can simply pass 0 without quotation or the build index of it, or we can simply pass in quotation the name of the scene. So let's cut this step and let's now move over to that line of code. So I'm gonna pass 0 instead of the name of the scene in quotation, and let's close that up with semicolon. So 0 basically means the Mano scene, or you can simply say this is our build index of that Mano scene. So we just simply pass the build index, so it's gonna load up that scene. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity, and make sure you have all of the scene in that scene list. So make sure you do that. So firstly move over to this top left file, then build profiles, and then click on that open scene list, and make sure you have all of the scene into that scene list. So now if we collide with this enemy game object, you will see. Just wait a little moment in order to start our game, and as soon as we're gonna collide with that enemy game object, we will head it over to retry level scene. So now if we collide with this enemy game object, uh, as you can see we headed over to our game over scene or the retry level scene. And now if we click on this menu button, as soon as we click on that menu button, we just headed over to menu scene, as you can see, and we can notice that, or we can take a look at in our hierarchy as well. Firstly, and also the message getting pop up says load menu in our console tab. So I hope you get the idea how you can do that. But the problem is that if we click on this play button, and then if we jump over into this empty space, as you can see player is not dying at all. So if I get out of play mode and select my player game object in the hierarchy and this move tool, and let's suppose player is somewhere over here. As you can see, if the player is over here, it should not able to jump on top of this ground, so it will just gonna fall down right away. So what we need to do, so in that situation we also need to load up that retry level scene. Why? Because once the enemy just gonna be here, it's not gonna able to jump anymore to top of this ground, so it's gonna fall down. So we need to destroy our enemy, or we can simply just load up the retry level scene. And if we select our player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector transform, and we can notice in the position y-axis, which is minus 1.5. So if the position in the y-axis of this player game object becomes minus 1.5, as you can see in the inspector, so player just gonna be here, it means we just need to load up that retry level scene. So we're gonna do that thing. So let's take this player here now, and let's open up our player script one more time, and we will move over to our update function, because update function runs every single frame. So over here we're gonna check in the top of this update function. You can do it anywhere inside this update function, it doesn't need to be in order. So we're gonna check. So let's make a if condition, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check the position of that enemy game object in the y-axis. So we're gonna pass transform dot position dot y if it's lesser than or equal to, as we check, which is minus 1.5. If that is the case, then we need to destroy our player. We basically want to load up the retry level scene. So let's use this scene manager dot load scene function in order to load the scene. and we're gonna pass in quotation the name of the scene, or you can simply pass without quotation the build index of it. So I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, which is retry, and make sure spelling is correct, else you're gonna get some error and you're not gonna able to do it, or you're not gonna able to move over to that scene. So what we're doing simply what we're doing over here, we basically just going over to transform.position.y. Transform.position.y basically means the current position of this player game object in the y axis. So we basically going over to this player transform, then position, and accessing this y position, and we're checking if that is lesser than or equal to minus 1.5. so we do know if that is the case, means the enemy is somewhere just gonna be here in the y-axis, so it's gonna fall down due to our gravity. Then what we doing, we just loading our retry level scene, as you can see. So now we're gonna press down our control S to save our script, and let's head over to Unity. And as soon as this player just gonna fall down in the y-axis, which is minus 1.5, as we checked, the we just loading up the retry level scene, and you will notice that. So let me show you. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's try it. So just wait a little moment, and now if we just fall down, as you can see, as soon as we fall down in the y-axis, which is minus 1.5, we just headed over to this retry level scene, and as you can see, it says game over, and we have two options to do, and we can just click on this menu button in order to move over to this menu scene, as you can see, and we can just click on this play button in order to play our game. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. And what we have to do now, we need to arrange this level. We should have multiple coins, we should have multiple enemies, and I also want to change the UI a little bit, the font, the UI, and some sprite, and you can just do that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this, all of these things, like retrying or reloading any level that you really want to load up. you can see, I just made the level. I just replaced these UI sprites and all of the things, and I'm gonna head over to my sample scene, or in which scene playing I am playing my game. So I'm gonna head over to that sample scene. So now what we have to do, we need to include audio to our game. So in order to do that, firstly make sure you select your main camera in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, and then make sure audio listener component is attached to this main camera. If it's not, then click on this add component and find the component by typing name of the component, which is audio listener. So I'm not gonna click on it in order to attach that, because I already have attached, as you can see. Because this audio listener component is a microphone, it's gonna take sound from sources and then it's gonna play the sound. So that's why this audio listener component is always attached to this main camera. So I'm gonna create a separate game object for to play audio. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object to something like audio. Let's go to transform reset, and I'm gonna drag it in the top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And in order to play a sound, we need to attach audio source component. So make sure you select your game object first in the hierarchy, go to inspector, click on add component, and you need to attach this component. It's called audio source, and attach that. And over here you need to drag the clip that you want to play. Audio resource, as you can see, it says non audio resource. So what we have to do over here, we basically need to drag the clip that we want to play. So I'm going to move over to my project tab, assets, and then audio folder. I have all of this audio. Of course, I will have a link in the description, you can go and check that out. So let's suppose I want to play the jump sound. So as you can hear, we have all of the sound. So this is our jump. I'm gonna select this attack. Let's call this one jump. Let's right click on it, and I'm gonna rename this to with capital letter jump. Sorry, I'm gonna rename to something like jump sound. And now this is fine. And I'm gonna select my audio game object, and let's select this clip and drag it over to this audio resource slot. And if we click on this play button in the top, as soon as the game gonna start, you will able to hear that sound. Why? Because this play on away, we can see in audio source component is checked, so it's gonna play the sound right after the game start. I hope you are able to hear. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Basically, we are not able to hear. So in the game view, in the top bar, you can see the microphone, basically this. So make sure you just check that one if it's not cut. And let's click by now, and we should able to hear that sound as soon as the game just gonna start. And we can hear that sound as you hear it, as you heard of it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. We don't want to play that sound clip in the start of the game. So what we can simply do, we can go over to audio source component, and we can just uncheck this play on awake. And now if we uncheck and then click on this play button in the top, by now you're not gonna able to hear that sound in the start of the game. So if you just want to play a sound in the start of the game, you can do that. So now we cannot able to hear as soon as the game started that sound. It's fine. So we're gonna get out of play mode, but we want to play that sound clip when we jumping. And we have all of the settings, like we can play around volume. You can just play around with this and you're gonna get it. And if you want your sound to be looped, then you can just take this box, and we're gonna create a script in order to play that sound clip. So let's create a sound manager script, something like that, in order to play that sound when we're gonna jump. So I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then a script folder. Let's right click there, create a mono behavior script, and you can name that script to whatever you like. Call it something like audio manager or sound manager. I already created that script, as you can take a look over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my audio game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this script, drag it over to this add component section. And now let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna remove this start and update function. So whenever you're working with sound, make sure you just go to top of your Unity class, and then include this namespace. It's called using Unity Engine dot audio. So make sure you just include that. So what we need in order to play this sound clip, which is the jump sound, so we need a reference of this audio source component, then we can just play the sound clip. So let's open up our script and let's grab the reference. So let's make it public, and the component we're looking for is a audio source. So we're gonna type this audio source, and we're gonna I'm gonna call it something like jump audio source. And let's close that up with semicolon. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So underneath our sound manager script, we will able to see a field will appear, which will be a sound audio source, jump sound audio source, I guess, jump audio source. So it will pop up underneath our sound manager script. So what we need to do there, we basically need to drag this audio source into that slot. As you can see, as soon as our script just gets compiled, we can see underneath our sound manager script, this jump audio source just gets appear, and it says none audio source, basically empty. So we're gonna take this audio source and drag it over to that slot. Now we can see we have the audio source, basically this jump clip audio source, and we are ready to play the sound. To play the sound, let's make a function for it. So let's go to class one more time, and we're gonna make this function public, because we will call this function from another class. And let's make this one public. For function, we're gonna type void, and I'm gonna say something like play jump sound, or play jump sound, something like that. So we're gonna use this, let's jump sound. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we basically want to move over to this audio source component, and we're gonna use the play function in order to play this jump sound clip. So let's do that. So we're gonna firstly move over to our jump audio source, and let's use this dot play function in order to play. And let's make first bracket and then close that off with semicolon. So first close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity. So what we simply doing, firstly we just moving over to this jump audio source, as you can see, and we just using dot play function in order to play the clip. Basically we just going over to this audio source component, and we using the play function in order to play the jump audio source, jump audio sound clip. So just wait a little moment, now it's fine. And we need to call the function when this player game object makes jump. So I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's open up the player script, and let's move over to that line of code, in which line of code we just making jump. So as you can see, we making our player jump. We firstly playing our animation clip and then making jump. So we also want to play the sound clip. So for that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this find any object by type, and make these arrows, and into these arrows you need to fit the script name or the script that you're looking for. So we created the sound manager script, as you know, and inside that sound manager script we created that play jump sound function. So we're gonna call that here. So let's move over to our sound manager script. Let's make first bracket and then dot, and we're gonna access the function which is play jump sound, and let's make first bracket then close that up with semicolon. So whenever we jumping, firstly we just going over to this, as you can see we using this find any object by type, and make these arrows, and you need to fit inside these arrows the script that you're looking for. So we simply moving over to this sound manager script, and then calling this sound when we jumping. And what this function is doing, this function basically going over to the jump audio source, and using this dot play function in order to play the clip. And now I'm gonna press down Control S in order to save my script, and let's move to Unity. So whenever this player game object will make the jump, you will able to hear that jump sound as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, and you will able to hear that sound. So just wait a little moment and you will see that. So now it should be fine. And if we click on this play button and try to jump, as soon as we're gonna jump, we will able to hear that sound clip, because we just calling the function from that sound manager script, and that function just playing the clip. And if I jump, as you can see, as soon as I'm jumping, we are able to hear the sound, our jumping sound. So we also need to play the collectible sound. Basically, once if I click on this retry button, once we just collect this coin, we want to play the coin collected sound clip. So let's do that. Let's get out of play mode, and for that we're gonna attach another audio source component. So let's click on this add component, and I'm gonna add another audio source component for that. So let's add that up, audio source. And I'm gonna move this component up, and I want this sound manager script to be bottom. So I'm gonna right click on this sound manager. Let's click on this move down, so it's gonna be down. And now we have another audio source component, and over here we need to drag the clip, which clip we want to play. So I'm gonna play the collected clip sound. So I have to drag it over here, the clip. So I'm gonna move over to my audio folder, and I have it here, the collected one. I think this seems perfect. So I'm gonna select my audio. Let's select this clip, and let's drag it over to this audio resource field. And I'm gonna uncheck this play on awake, because I don't want to play this collected sound as soon as the game started. So that's why I just uncheck. And we also need a reference of this audio source component of this collected clip, then we can play the sound. So let's grab the reference first. So let's go to our script. Let's make another public, and we're looking for audio source, and I'm gonna call this one something like collect audio source, and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's make a second function in order to play this collect audio sound. So I'm gonna make it over here. Let's make this one public void, and I'm gonna say something like play collect sound. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we're basically gonna move over to our collect audio source, and then we're gonna use this dot play function in order to play the sound clip. And let's close that up with semicolon. Simply we just moving over to this audio source component of this collected clip, and then we're using the play function in order to play the clip. And now I'm gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to our player script. So I'm gonna move over to my player script, and let's move over to that line of code, in which line of code we collecting our coin. So we collecting our coin, as you can see, we increasing coin, then updating, and then destroying our coin. So we also need to play the clip. So what we will do, we're gonna use this find any object by type. So let's use this find any object by type. Let's make these arrows, and we're gonna pass our sound manager. Let's make first bracket, and then a dot. We're gonna call the function which is play collected sound. So let's call it, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move to Unity now, and it should be fine. And also make sure you drag the reference, the second audio source, which is the collected one. We need to drag over to this collect audio source field, and it says none, or else we're gonna get some error. So we're gonna take our second audio source, and let's drag it over to this slot. And now we have the collect audio source component as well, basically this audio source. And let's click on this play button in the top by now, and it should be fine. And you can you can play your sound, basically the music or theme, you can also play that. So now if we collide with this, as you can see, as soon as we collecting those coin, we playing that sound clip. And let this enemy to jump, and we can see as soon as we collecting, we just playing the collected sound. and when we jumping we just playing the jump sound. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I also want to play the of the game theme of the game, or the music you can simply say. And I have that, so if I select this one, I think this one is fine. I think this one seems fine. So I'm gonna call this one, let's right click on it, let's click on this rename. I'm gonna call this one music, and now this is fine. So I want to play this sound whenever we're gonna play our game. In the start of the game I want to play. So let's add another audio source component for that. So let's click on this add component, and I'm gonna add another audio source, and let's drag the clip over here. So in our case our music, so let's find it, and I have it over here. So let's select that, drag it over to this audio resource, and now I'm gonna leave this play on awake because I want to play this theme or the music in the start of the game. So that's why I'm gonna leave this play on awake. And also I want to I just want this music to be looped, or this music or this theme. So that's why I'm also gonna check this loop time, this loop basically. Now we need a reference of this audio source component, basically this audio source component for our music clip. So let's open up our player script, let's make another audio source let's grab the reference, so which is audio source, and I'm gonna call this something like music audio source. Let's call it music audio source, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's make another function in order to play that music. So let's use this public, or we basically don't need to do that. Instead we can just leave as it is. So I'm gonna remove that, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And if we move over to Unity and then click on this play button, you will able to hear the music in the start of the game. So we don't need to create another function in order to play that music. Instead that music will be played right after the game start. Why? Because we just uncheck this, we just leave that play on awake, as you can see. Also we just take this loop time. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can play your music. So we don't need to script that, because we just take this play on awake, and we do want to play this music or this theme in the start of the game. So that's why we just leave it this play on awake as check, as well as we just check the loop time. So the music or the theme will be loop in our game. But the problem is that if I move over to my player script and open that up, we're using this find any object by type. So it's fairly taxing, and we don't want to do that. Instead we're gonna approach second thing. So firstly what we need a reference of this sound manager script. Then we can just play the sound that we really want to play. So we need a reference of this sound manager script. To do so, let's open up our player script. Let's go to top of our class. So we need a reference of the sound manager script. So I'm gonna make it somewhere in the bottom. I'm gonna make this one public, so we can set underneath our player script. And the component we're looking for is a script type, which is sound manager. So we're gonna type this sound manager, and I'm gonna call this one sound manager with non s capitalized, no small s later. And let's close that up. Let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move to Unity now. And we need to drag the reference in that slot. And we do know that sound manager script is sitting on this audio game object, or the sound manager script is attached to this audio game object. So basically we need to drag the audio game object into that slot. And now as soon as our script compiles, we can see underneath our player script, sound manager script just pop up, and it says no sound manager. So the script is attached or sitting on this audio game object. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our audio game object, and let's drag it over to that slot. And now we can see we have the sound manager script, as you can notice underneath our player script. And now I'm gonna open this up by quickly double clicking on it, and instead of using this find any object by type, we can just simply remove that, and we can use this sound manager. We just created a sound manager variable type, and into this we just put it our sound manager script as you seen in the inspector. So we basically go into sound manager, and now we can use this dot, and we can just call the function that we really want to call. So this is we doing inside jump function. So I'm gonna call the play jump sound function, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna sorry, let's make first bracket and then close that with a semicolon. And I'm gonna copy this line of code and let's paste it somewhere over here. So we using find on any object by type over here as well. So I'm gonna remove that, and I'm gonna paste by control V, and we collect in coin. So we need to call the play collected sound instead of play jump sound. So we're gonna call the play collect sound, and let's make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now we can see our code is lot more clean. So that's why we just grab the reference in order to make our code too much clean, or in order to make our code readable. So that is the thing that we just approach this way. And now we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can just move over to Unity, and it should be fine. It should work fine by now because we have the reference. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look on it if it's working perfectly or not. Have a look on this. So just wait, and we can see indeed it's working fine. So it's working fine. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's make this audio game object as well a prefab. Why we're gonna make this one prefab? Because in Manocin we also want to play the music or the theme. So, and we do know that inside this audio game object we have that music to play. So that's why we're gonna make this one prefab, so we can use the same game object multiple times, or in other scenes or in other levels as well. So we're gonna select our audio game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this prefabs folder. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our manu scene. So let's move over to our scenes folder. Let's double click on this manu, let's click on this save, and we inside manu scene now, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my audio game object from that prefabs folder, and let's drag it into this hierarchy. Now we can see we have the audio game object as well as the or sound manager script, which is and this audio source component which is playing our music. And if we click on this play button, by now it should be working fine. So I hope you get the idea, and we're gonna drag this audio game object in other scenes as well, like once the game is over, once we victory, something like that. So now it's working fine, and let's get out of play mode, and let's move over to other scene, and we're gonna drag this audio game object into those scene as well. So we're gonna have the theme or the music in other scenes or in other level as well. So I'm gonna move over to my level 2. Let's select our audio, let's drag it into this hierarchy, and now I'm gonna move over to retry level. Let's select our audio and let's drag it here. Now we have done, and I'm gonna move over to my manu scene by now. Let's double click on it, and let's click on this save. It's time to make our game. In order to make our game, we need to move over to top left file, then click on this build profiles, and we can simply click on this build and run. Before we do, we need to change some settings. So let's click on this player settings in the top bar, you can see, and name the company name. Don't leave it to something like default company. You can name it with your studio name or something else. Also name the product that you like. So I just name it to Juicy Jam, and if you have an icon, then you can just drag over here, or you can simply skip this part. But I'm gonna choose an icon, so we can click over here in order to choose, or we can just move over to that folder in which folder we have the icon. So in my case, I have inside my tiny platformer folder, then sprites folder, I have the icon. So I'm gonna click on this card tab once again. So I have the icon here, as you can see. So I'm gonna select that, let's drag it over to this default icon slot. And now we're gonna move over to this resolution and presentation, and we don't need to do anything like any changes over here, so we can just move over to next settings, which is splash screen. So if I click on this preview, you can see the preview as you can notice. And let's suppose you just don't want the splash screen show up, then you can just uncheck, and we can just the game will directly open up. But I do want splash screen, so I'm going to check this, and I want to have a default icon, or sorry, I want to have a custom icon. So what we need to do, we need to move over to this logo section, then click on this plus icon, and if you do have a custom icon, then you can just drag over here. So I'm going to drag from this folder, let's drag it there, and if we click on this preview, now we can see my icon in the top, and underneath I have the Unity icon or Unity logo. Let's suppose you don't want to have the Unity logo, then you can uncheck this show Unity logo. And now if we click on this preview, we can see we only have our logo. And I'm going to change the background color with this my logo, so let's click on it. I'm going to choose dark, something like that. If we click on this preview by now, and this seems a lot more cool as you can see. And if you just want to remove your logo, then you can select that and click on this minus. And if we click on this preview, we can only see the splash. But I do want to have my custom logo, so I'm gonna drag it over here. Now it's done, and you can mess around with the background color as well if you like. So now let's move over to next settings, which is other settings, and we don't have to do anything over here, so we can just skip this now for now, and it's fine, and it's okay. And we have done all of the settings that we need, so we can simply click on this cut tab now, and let's move over to top left file one more time, then build profiles, and let's click on this build and run. And make sure you just create a separate folder in your Unity project. Basically right click, then new folder, and name that folder to something like build. And I already have created the build folder as you can notice over here, so I'm going to select that folder, and let's click on this select folder. And Unity just going to take a few moments to compile scripts, and it's gonna convert our C# script in to C++. And Unity just gonna take a moment to come to basically to make our game, the build of it, and we can play the game. Once it's done, right away we can play our game. And Unity can take up to something like 1 to 5 minutes between around that time. Unity just gonna take that amount of time in order to make your game, and once it's done, we can just right away play our game. And just wait a little moment, and now our game is ready to play. So we just wait a little moment, and now we can see our game just loaded up. And just wait a little moment, as you can see, and we can just play our game, and we can collect our coins as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And if I move over to menu and then click on this exit button, as you can see, as soon as we click on that exit button, we just quit our application. And I'm gonna turn down my volume. I'm gonna play one more time. To play one more time, I'm gonna click on this build and run one more time, and let's click on this select folder, and I'm gonna play my game, and it should work fine. Have a look on this. So for the next time, if you are making your build of your game, then it's gonna do in pretty much fast. It's gonna do pretty much fast way. So just wait a little moment. We can see our custom logo, and just wait, and we can just play our game. We can just jump over top of this enemy game objects. We can collect these coins, as you can see, and this game is pretty much fun to play, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And sorry, and I'm gonna click on this retry, and if we die, we can just click on this menu, and if we click on this exit button, we can see we just quit our application. So as I told before, Once you make your game completely and then click on that exit button, it's gonna quit your application right away. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make your how you can make the build of your game. And I hope you enjoyed this full tutorial and learned the basics of Unity 6, Unity 6 or in generally Unity game engine and C# programming. And I hope you get the idea. And now I will see you in the next tutorial. So bye for now.